Good evening, everyone. It's 7:15. I'm calling this regular meeting of the Village Board to order. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with Section 19.83 and Section 19.84 Wisconsin statutes in such forms that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call is showing that all trustees are here and present. I'd like to have you stand for a pledge of allegiance and for a moment of silence. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are now on to item 4, swearing in of promoted police command staff. Administrator Krecklow. Okay. We're moving the flag. Chief Martins, welcome. Exciting time tonight.
Thank you, President, trustees. As I brought forth a couple months ago as a new command structure, 2 captains, 3 lieutenants, and 6 sergeants. This is the final phase of it, is promoting our 6th sergeant. Justin Clemens comes with over 11 years of experience, 7 from our previous agencies. So with that, he'll be working 3rd shift as a supervisor. So with that, Justin.
And what you to do is look at the spelling of the name and make sure it's correct.
Yep.
Okay. We'll have you raise your right hand and you're going to insert your name and repeat after me. So your name is?
Justin Clemens,
Having been promoted to sergeant
having been promoted to sergeant
with the Germantown Police Department
with the Germantown Police Department
and have not yet entered upon the duties thereof,
and have not yet entered the duties upon thereof,
swear or affirm
swear or affirm
that you will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
the Code of Ordinances for the Village of Germantown,
Code of Ordinances for the Village of Germantown.
and that you will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of said office
discharge the duties of said
to
office
the best of your ability, so help you
to
God.
the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And if you want to come over by the flag, and anyone that wants to take pictures is welcome to come up and do so. Right there. Mom's gonna go on.
Professionals.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on to item 5, President's Report. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to share what has been going on since my last President's Report update of 2 weeks ago. I hope that everyone enjoyed their weekend and had a wonderful 4th of July. I would like to thank our Park and Rec staff for putting on a great parade, along with a fantastic fireworks display. And special thanks to our police and fire departments and our Department of Public Works departments for their support as well. I had fun, and I was honored and humbled when I was asked to be the Grand Marshal in the parade. I even got to ride in our 1929 Seagrave fire truck, along with my 2 granddaughters who were visiting from the Detroit area. Going forward, we will be conducting a debrief or lessons learned so that we can identify opportunities for improvement for next year. One thing I did learn is that we desperately need volunteers to assist, which will be our focus going forward. It's been a very busy couple of weeks within the village. After the village board meeting voted to stop the pause at their June 2nd board meeting as it relates to the proposed village center project, and that going forward that this project would be managed via the Plan Commission, the Plan Commission conducted a special Plan Commission meeting on June 23rd. The commission heard from local realtors, retail and commercial experts, and had a presentation on the school district's ROFR report and a potential impact that housing has on school capacity. The meeting was very transparent with lots of learning occurring. Plan Commission members asked great questions along with village trustees that were present. A total of 5 village board members were in attendance and all had opportunities to ask questions and or to make comments. Later this month, plans are to have a second special Plan Commission meeting so that we can continue to move this conversation forward. Finally, I would like to thank our village administrator for putting on a great meeting. Congratulations to Tommy Zimmer for attaining the rank of Eagle Scout. I had the opportunity to present a Village of Germantown proclamation to celebrate and recognize this wonderful accomplishment at a special ceremony in his honor at St. Boniface Catholic Parish. Tommy is a recent graduate of Germantown High School, and before he goes to college, he will be entering the United States Marine Corps to serve his country. Congratulations, Tommy, and Godspeed. Last week, I attended the Public Works and Highway Committee meeting, and I want to thank the committee for approving the resealing of the Village Hall and Library parking lots, which will support the Economic Development Commission's planned beautification initiative. I also had a great meeting with Trustee Jan Miller, the new chair of the Economic Development Commission, and our village administrator, where we reviewed strategy of the commission going forward, along with our agenda for their meeting this coming week. Today, the first shift dispatch will have been transferred from the Germantown Police Department to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and the transfer of all dispatch functions will now be complete. Thanks to the staff from the police and fire departments and the Sheriff's Office for successfully completing this transition. The Kinderberg Splash Pad is now open for our kiddos after being closed for some much-needed repainting. I want to thank our staff for getting this done and also for avoiding costs associated with a state requirement to install a fence around the splash pad. As a firm believers in local control, we ask the question of why do we need to do this, as there is no safety or security risk that would require a fence. We are thankful that the state acquiesced, as installing a fence would have further delayed the project and increased costs. Wrapping up, it's been a very busy couple of weeks since we last met, and there is going to be a lot going on in our community. I'm looking forward to our meeting tonight as we work together to move Germantown forward. Thank you. We're now on to item 6, announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee and department reports. Trustee Kaminsky.
Public Works will meet in this room on August 5th at 5:30 p.m.
Trustee Rick Miller.
General Government and Finance will meet on July 21st at 5:30 in this room.
And Trustee Metcutz.
Public Safety will be meeting next month, August 4th. The meeting will be starting at 5:30. We have to determine location yet. It's either going to be at the fire station or at the police station so that we can tour and see the current state of the buildings to better understand going forward with planning for the new public safety buildings. So that will be open to the public for anyone that cares to join. So just keep your eyes open for the next agenda, and the meeting location will be on that.
Thank you. Would any of the other committee or commission chairs like to speak? Trustee Jan Miller.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to announce that we will have our Economic Development Commission meeting here in the Village Hall tomorrow night, the July 8th, and that will start at 6 p.m. And coming up on July 17th, there is a senior advisory committee. So those of you that can make it, it will be at 1:30 at the senior center. All are welcome.
Any other trustees like to make any comments, statements? Okay, we are now on to item 7, citizen input. Please be advised per section 1984 that information and comment will be received from the public. It is the policy of this municipality that the public input be limited to 4-minute period per person, with a time extension granted at the direction of the chairperson. Be advised that there may be limited discussion on the information received, but no action will be taken under public comments. Comments that may be injurious to village personnel or other individuals will not be allowed. Would anybody like to come forward tonight and speak? Good evening and welcome.
Right. Okay, oh, wait a minute, I gotta get my glasses. I was not gonna make it tonight. I have a daughter in the hospital, so I'll leave when I'm done, but, I'm tired of hearing of our 250 plan. This board, I would like to know what the comments were right before. What would the board like? I want to ask, what do the residents of this community like? You have been told meeting after meeting after meeting, and these developers come here and none of them are doing what the residents want. The residents, and this is a percentage, and I'm alleviating our present president and Kristen and Jan and Meg, who were not at this board for very long until all this happened. The residents have the same issues on this agenda that they have said no to. They do not want multifamily units. They do not want building in certain things in apartment buildings. They don't want rezoning. They don't want, in this county line issue, they don't want you to come, these developers to come and blast bedrock, which I went and got I'm just so upset with this tonight. I went and got a report of the land in Germantown. Up to 2000, it's a 2000 report. These people who did this zoning, they took Germantown and cut it in sections. And a lot of it is not meant for building because of the land. And we're just applying all this stuff and approving stuff that I don't think should be approved of. No rezoning should be done for any building. Nothing should be looked at till we check what the zoning is, what the agriculture reports have been in the past. Were done very specifically by some very educated people. And the village, again, we said, no, we have a process of how with my understanding, how we're supposed to allow things to be built here with our money. People are sitting here that are residents, they come with the same comments, and you know what I hear from the board? We're gonna do it this way. We give you ideas. None of them, have any of you had meetings and called the people you represent into a special meeting? I have a representative named Jan who is open to calls all the time on comments and things. And have you ever had meetings with the people you represent and put you in these chairs? I really wonder about that. And this Blackstone again, why are we even talking about this again? For heaven's sake, we don't want to give up parkland. And whoever appraised the land, it was never appraised. Who did this? Why is this even on the schedule again when the people percentage-wise did not want this? And the history of the board and excluding the people I excluded, it seems like you're working against the taxpayers whose money is being used to build all this stuff and pay for it. And all these people here tonight, a large percentage of them don't want what you're doing. And why are you ignoring what the people want on a whole? And I don't understand this. As long as I've been coming to these meetings, I've seen a board who has done many things that are against the taxpayers of this community. So who are you representing? Yourself? You're a board of 8 or 9 people, and you've got thousands of people here in the village of Germantown that reject what you're planning. I'd like to see some more wisdom, before a builder or developer comes, let's see what they got planned, what the land they want to do, and how are they going to meet the residents' requirements for what they want to see and what they want to pay for. And how come we're going to have all this going? I want to know what you're going to do to please these people that come here, not yourselves. You have ideas, that's fine. But where does it fit with the residents, what they want? That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anybody else like to speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Chris Yachk, N116W15041 Brownstone Court. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the village for allowing Post 1 to serve food and beverages on the 4th of July. We deeply appreciate the cooperation and the work done by the Park and Rec Department and DPW. They were an integral part of our success. Unfortunately, the day was not a total success. All day, our volunteers heard resident complaints about the events of the day, or should I say the non-events of the day. Comments were like, "Where are all the activities? My children are so disappointed. I planned to spend the day here and there's nothing to do. This was such a good event for the village. What on earth happened?" I brought guests to this event as we were always proud of the activities provided. I'm eliminating the 4-letter adjectives that accompanied these comments. My simple response was, talk to your village trustees. I have some experience in dealing with the public and suspect that the calls to the trustees will not correlate to the amount of dissatisfaction we heard all day. As a result, I have become a messenger. Considering the challenges this country faces, the political divisiveness we deal with, the village missed the opportunity to provide our traditional 4th of July event where residents could find peace and camaraderie to celebrate the independence of our great nation. I strongly encourage you to start planning and budgeting for July 4, 2026 to commemorate the 250th anniversary of our independence, so we can have a celebration commensurate with the significance of 2026. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
So I've never spoken one of these meetings before, but I did want to bring to attention to the board. We were officially notified. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sher Gate, N97W21601 Carefree Drive. We were officially notified today when we actually received our second call back from the community development. We reside a half mile away. That is somewhere that we will be able to, which we found out this evening, the blasting and everything else. We will feel this a half a mile away. We were just notified of everything today. I do want to point out a few things. We were told that the 88.3 acres with approximately 30% of green space, if you take that off, it's 26.49 acres taken off of that. 61.81 acres, that's 0.22 acres for 273 dwellings. That is mind-blowing. You are going to be on top of people. We were told that it was going to be selling between 400,000 to 500,000 per unit. There is no way I would pay 100,000 to be on top of a next door person. It's just unbelievable. They will not sell. And I'm telling you this on a financial part, you're going to get foreclosures. You're going to get other things that come with that. What happens when people default? The village will be responsible for that. The other thing I want to kind of bring up too is the developer. I did a quick search today, and just today, Walworth County filed a non-traffic ordinance violation against Home Path Financial. That was just this morning, and that was for failure to comply with septic system maintenance reporting requirements. So you can check that on CCAP. I just did a quick thing of that. They also have a, the Ken Frank is the developer or something, I'm not really sure, but the register agent is this Jeffrey Kleiner. There is 99 entries on CCAP, either the plaintiff or the defendant from Home Path. So you have to ask yourself, is this bringing problems into the village? Because that's what I see. I see problems. You're going to increase your police calls. From what I understand, the police department's already busting at the seams, and you want a new building? You're going to have thefts, you're going to have traffic issues, you're going to have fire calls, you're going to have ambulance calls, you're going to have school issues. Who's going to hire the police liaison when all these more people are coming in? I'm not trying to be all the negative, but this is things that we have to really look at in the huge picture of it. This does not improve Germantown. It improves Menominee Falls. I live out in that area. It is a lot easier for me to go into Menominee Falls than it is to Germantown. The other thing is too, who's going to pay for the roads when all these trucks keep coming in and out and in and out, in and out? Who's going to pay for repairing these roads? Because that's what you're going to have. You're going to have heavy machinery. I'll tell you who's going to pay for the roads. The taxpayers are going to pay for the roads. The taxes are going to pay for the roads. Our values are going to go down, but somehow we are still going to get hit with the high taxes. I just wanted to get that off my chest. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak? Good evening and welcome.
Melissa Martinez, W204N9901, Landon Road, Colgate, Wisconsin 53017. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Melissa Martinez, and I live in the village of Germantown, just a few feet proposed from the development at County Line Road and Landon Road. I'm here to represent myself and my neighbors who share serious concerns about this project. We are not against growth. We understand communities involved. What we are against is the scale of this specific development, the lack of transparency, the accountability that has surrounded it. This isn't just change in housing. This is a massive shift in what our community looks and feels like. It alters the peaceful and rural identity and why we chose to live in Colgate, the village of Germantown, for our family. What's even more frustrating is that it doesn't feel like the voices of Germantown residents are being heard. Time and again, we've raised our questions, shared valid concerns about this development. The response, both from the developer and the board, has been either silence, deflection, or vague reassurances. We need to know things. What happens if the blasting for retention ponds causes damage to our wells? This has already happened during well drill testing. Who is responsible if our windows break, our foundations crack, or our homes shift? Who will address the increase in traffic, the wear of our roads, and the safety of our children? What's the plan for trash, lighting, and noise issues? We've asked, but the developer hasn't offered any real answers. And without answers, many of you seem eager to push this forward anyway. You were selected by us, the people who live here, not the developers. You represent our interest, not theirs. Please pause, step back, put yourself in our shoes and answer our questions. We need a guarantee that if something goes wrong, someone will be held responsible. A plan for traffic management, road maintenance, and neighborhood safety. A commitment to listen, really listen to us, to the people who are most affected by this development. Our concerns should not be background noise to this development that's already been decided. Please consider what the Village of Germantown residents and taxpayers are asking for. We are your neighbors. We are your voters. Hear us, protect us, and include us in the decisions that shape our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Hello, my name is Galleta Kurpin. I'm from the Germantown Area Chamber of Commerce and 112W16760 Mequon Road, Germantown. And if you haven't visited our new location, I encourage you to please stop by and say hi. So today I'm just doing a chamber update. For those of you that don't know what we do stuff for our chamber members and the community. We've been very busy. We just had our golf outing, and I want to thank Trustee Miller, Jan Miller, for being a volunteer, Trustee Pieper for golfing, and President Soderberg for being part of our dinner. So we appreciate that support. So the chamber's been busy. I could talk a ton about what we've been doing, but today I'm going to talk about our first ever ribbon cutting extravaganza, which we are having this Thursday morning at the chamber office. So this event allows our businesses who don't have brick and mortar or don't have a public building or our nonprofit organizations to have a ribbon cutting to celebrate them, basically. When every other business can have these nice ribbon cuttings, they have not been able to do this. So that today, or Thursday, we're going to be doing that. Ribbon cuttings are a great opportunity, not just for our chamber members, but for our community, our village, to get a chance to meet the decision makers, the owners of these businesses in Germantown, in a fun, relaxing environment. What other chance do you really have to get to engage with these people? So I want to encourage our village board, our chamber members, and our community members to stop by this Thursday. We are honoring Germantown Community Scholarship Fund, WDL of Wisconsin, the Pallet Guy, the Friends of Germantown Canine, and Seniors Helping Seniors. So we would love to see our community come. These ribbon cuttings only last 15 minutes. We're going to have about 6 of them in 2 hours. So it'll be a fun time. The chamber office is open. We'll have cookies, we'll have snacks, we'll have drinks. But just want to really see the community come together, honoring our businesses, networking, and having fun. That's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak? Anyone else? Oh, here we go. Good evening, welcome.
My name's Frank Schneider, N97W21601 Carefree Drive. I live about 6/10 of a mile from this proposed project. I've lived here in Germantown for 30 years. Moved out here 30 years ago because I wanted to get away from the city. I wanted to be in the country, the rural area, wanted a safe place for my kids, a safe place for my family. I'm completely opposed to this project. We just found out about it. We were never notified. I wonder how many other residents in the community still have not even been notified. As you can see, this room is packed. And from what I'm told, there's been several meetings before this, and we've been gone traveling. We were overseas. Otherwise, we would have, if had we known about this, we would have been at the other meetings. I'm told from some of my neighbors and some of the people that I know here that there's been multitudes of people talking to you and telling you that the community is against this. We don't want this. Look out here. There's nobody here happy about this. Not one person other than the developer is going to say they want this. And these are the people that vote you into office. We're the ones that pay the taxes and pay the salaries. We're the ones that live here. We should have a say in this, and you should be listening to the people and what they all feel, myself included, and I'm kind of new to joining this fight, but they all feel that they're not being heard and that you are pushing this through for whatever reason. And my guess is that none of you live within a half mile of this project. But like some of the other people said, put yourself in our shoes. Imagine if you came to you and they said, we're going to put up a big Walmart a half mile from your house, and we're going to bring the inner city traffic and the inner city crime and the inner city, all the stuff that comes with being in a city right next to your house. You wouldn't like it. You wouldn't want it. And we don't want it. No, not one person in here, if you ask, there's not one hand going to get raised that says, yes, this is good for the community. Because there's nothing good about this. Nothing good is going to come to Germantown from this. You say, oh, we're going to generate revenue. We're going to generate tax revenue. Sure, you're gonna generate some tax revenue, but look at the costs that are involved in it. And while all the rest of us sit here, our property values are gonna go down. And so then what you're collecting from us is eventually gonna go down too, when our property values go down. I'm shocked that this board is still pushing this and that we're here again talking about this to go through. Understand that if this goes through, all these people that vote you into office, we all live in the village, we all vote. We have family that live in the village here. We have friends that live in the village here. We have neighbors that live in the village here. We do business here in the village. This is not gonna go easy. It's gonna spread, and these people are gonna vote differently the next time you're up for election. The changes are gonna come. Maybe they'll all band together and seek an injunction to this project, and maybe we'll get a lawyer that we have to start a lawsuit to try to fight this. But this is not something that anybody here wants. And as board members, we are asking you, I am asking you to do what's right and turn this thing down. This is not good for the village in any way, shape, or form. We all live here because we want to live in Germantown. We want the rural area. We don't want houses on 0.2 acre lots and multifamily stuff that's just going to bring the city out here. It's going to make this just like the inner city. So please, I'm asking you, do what you were elected to do. Listen to myself, listen to all these people that are here tonight, all the people that have been here in all the other meetings, and do what's right and deny this thing, turn it down, because it is not good for the village and is not what the people want. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Sue Foley, W177 and 11418 Blackstone Circle. And this is so not my wheelhouse, public speaking. Yes, I live on the Blackstone Golf Course. And just like everybody else is saying, this project also should slow down. I've been to all the different meetings that have been going on. Village Board, you sent it to Park and Rec. I went to the ethics review, and I'm very surprised that it's on the agenda this evening. Mr. Miller, we invited you to our subdivision. We had a long meeting. Everybody expressed our concerns, and we wanted to be involved in the process. We got letters saying, come and give us your opinion about music at the golf club, but nobody let us know that, once again, this is on the agenda, and we don't know about it. We really care about what's going to happen, and you're not doing the due diligence. Mr. Baum did a beautiful drawing of what could be, but even he says it's not based in reality. It's his dream. But that's what we put out to the community that can happen on that property. That's not right. You have to go back, do your homework, talk to the DNR. Are they going to let us do anything? There's a floodplain. What can you build there? You're going to have one access point to the largest park in the community. That's a problem. You have an easement into our subdivision. For what purpose? If our subdivision cannot get garbage just picked up or our snow removal because our roads are too small, are you going to allow parking there for this brand new park? Wrong, 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 wrong. So let's slow down, do due diligence. I don't understand this, having property appraised when you don't know what you're going to do with the property. If the HIMAT group wants to have an appraisal, let them pay the $15,000 and come to you and say, here's phase one. But why are we driving this? Let the developer do it. And let us do our homework to find out, what do we want? What can we put there? And start there. Slow down. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I'm Scott Schrader, N96W19602 County Line Road here in Germantown. Regarding new business item B, the Sutton Farm Development. Mr. Schneider before me summed up a lot of the concerns very well. But I'd like to draw a little attention to some other details. At prior planning commission meetings, the entry-level homes in this project were originally introduced at about $350,000. And since then, the floor has moved up from $350,000 to about $450,000. At those meetings, when we put questions to HomePath and their team regarding the density concerns and what some of this housing may take form as, Mr. Frank and their team, I believe, said that they could not increase minimum lot size to something like half an acre to address those concerns because it would take, quote, 25 or so years to sell them all. They would just cost too much. And that's a great point. $350,000 is a lot of money. $450,000 is even more of a lot of money. And one of the things I think we need to be asking in light of the current economic climate is that they've had to increase the prices of the units they want to sell. But what happens when we have this economic correction we're overdue for? We have had a very hot real estate market for several years now. I think the average selling price is currently somewhere in the range of like $575,000 or so. But you know, if the boom times come to an end or we run into a little bit of difficulty, who's going to be able to pay for that? Are these just going to stay vacant? Are they going to double down on rental or going the rental route? What's the contingency plan in case these increased prices can't be achieved in the market? But moving on from there, blasting was another concern, what with all the bedrock we have here. And my home in particular on County Line is about, it appears to be about 50 feet away from where they want to run these utility lines, just to the north of my property. And between my home and that corridor is my brand new septic system. Please don't damage it. We've had assurances that there will be inspections before and after blast to ensure that nothing is disturbed and that integrity remains. But what does that look like? In particular, like I know I've got a finished basement. Do I need to plan on taking all my drywall down so we can actually take a look at all of the foundation and walls behind it? Otherwise, I'm not sure how you ascertain if things are really okay or not. Who's going to pay for that? Because I definitely don't want to. Yeah, any information relative to that would be great. Because I'm awfully close to where that's going to be going on, along with some other folks near me. And to know what it would take to ensure that things are going to be okay would go a really long way in quelling a lot of concerns. That's about what I got. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anybody else like to speak? Good evening and welcome.
Hello, I'm Gia Tennis. I live at N117W17820 Augusta Court in the Blackstone subdivision. I am here also questioning why you guys, or why this letter was recommending $20,000 for an appraisal. We didn't ask for the land swap. The developer is asking for the land swap. If anything, we should just pay for the village appraisal and let the developer pay for the golf course appraisal. We met with Meg and Rick a few months ago, very good conversation, and it was brought to us that it would be an open conversation about this development. I went in an agenda packet tonight when I first found out about this meeting, and at the end, there was a contract for a land swap. So is this all agreed upon before any input from the public, from us? We have not heard anything from anybody since this went down. We're doing our own legwork. So we ask that you step aside, step back, and really think, is this what the village needs and wants? If you only have one way in and in that park on Main Street, and you're gonna go build more houses, I pity those people that live at that street in a residential area, and you're gonna start putting events in there, and they gotta get in and out. Think about it. And also communicate to the public of what you really want or what we want, and have a two-way conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anyone else like to speak? Good evening and welcome.
Evening. My name is Mike Foley. I'm married to her. W177N11418 Blackstone Circle. Sue stole most of the points I was going to make. And I'm very glad that Trustee Baum is back in the room here, because I didn't want to say anything with you being gone. But there was a presentation made, and admittedly from earlier meeting, it's not locked in stone. This is just something to talk from, because it's easier to talk from a framework than it is to talk from a blank sheet of paper, a whiteboard that doesn't have anything on it. But this, and I apologize for all of you that can't see this from the back, is what our AE rated floodplain looks like in our backyards. I didn't make this thing up. It actually came from the Germantown Village website. So anybody that wants to can see this thing. I just highlighted in yellow where the floodplain is. But along the 15th and 16th fairways, Trustee Baum had a whole bunch of, you can build here. This is an AE floodplain, which means it's not just an A floodplain. It means somebody did a topographical assessment to show where the floodplain is and how bad it is, how good it is, however we want to look at it. But it goes right up to our backyards. There isn't anything beyond our backyards that isn't floodplain. So what do we build there? Well, you could build a bathroom. There are parks that have bathrooms in them, but now you've got to run electrical, you've got to run water, you've got to run wastewater in and out of this bathroom. To what point? Because it is so far from Main Street, no one's going to go there to use it. If we had a bike path or something, that might work, but to Sue's point, is the DNR even going to let us build a structure that close to the river? As anybody in Wisconsin that's got a cottage knows, what God has given, the DNR takes away. You can't do anything without talking to the DNR. Have we done that? I haven't heard in any of the meetings that we have actually talked to the DNR. Have we talked to an insurer? Have we decided that we're going to put a building there, part of the value that we're getting by having the golf course as part of Germantown rather than owned separately? Is anybody going to write insurance for this thing? We just saw what happened in Texas. It doesn't happen every day, but if you watch the news, it happens all the time. So if we don't have the ability to have our streets snow plowed, if we don't have the ability to have our garbage picked up by the village, regardless of the fact that we're all paying a fortune in taxes to have those services done, because our roads in Blackstone Circle are too narrow to have those services provided. What happens when the one access point that isn't Main Street is plugged with all these people that have cars there, and we can't get a fire truck in because someone's got an emergency? We can't get an emergency vehicle in because one of our people has had a heart attack, whatever that is. The other thing that I wanted to throw out, because we've talked about, well, we can put in kayaks and we can have more people enjoying this area. From July 1st until the first frost, that area is covered in lily pads. You can't get through there, and I'm telling you, the DNR is not going to let us weed that thing out. It's a very shallow area. It's beautiful. It's what I look at every morning when I'm looking out my backyard, but let's assess what it is that we really are getting before we give up what we've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come forward and speak? Good evening and welcome.
Robert Litzow, West 213, North 10549 Oak Lane. I want to speak to the, regarding the Sutton Project. I think a number that was thrown around early was that this could generate $600,000 in revenue for the village. With that many units, you're not collecting many dollars per unit there. This project could stand on 80 higher end units or 100 houses, and you generate more money with less of the problems you're going to get with this project. I also heard, was kind of upset, not upset, but I didn't think the Planning Commission put the developers' feet to the fire in any way. They're looking for a planned development unit. And they really didn't, in my words, they didn't offer nothing to the village. They're the ones getting everything. It seems everything's on their side of the table. You know, they came and there was just no request from the village for open space, some type of a park area in the middle, just less density in general. And why this density is being requested, it's almost like it's just been floated in. They're creating a whole little town in the southwestern quarter of Germantown. There's nothing around it that is even like this. And that Germantown, I mean, the county line Landon Road is kind of a gateway into the village. And their project showed the back of 3-story townhouses and a retention pond. So I guess, is that what the village wants as you're entering Germantown and this is what you're getting? I just think housing is going to end up in this project at some point. I just think the density is just crazy high. This kind of housing density belongs in the downtown area of Germantown. I know it's coming there, so I don't know why you want to put it out there. I also heard someone speak. I live out in this area. I mean, I do business in the village, but otherwise I do most of my stuff in the falls. So these people are not going to go into Germantown, downtown Germantown, and support the businesses there. They're going to Menominee Falls because it's an easier run. I think these townhouses are going to end up as rentals, and the way this project was laid out, from what I understand, is that's the starting point, is going to be the townhouses, and they're going to work their way to the north where the higher end houses are. And my belief is, what I heard between the lines at the end, is that the density is as high as it is because of the bedrock that's on this project. That they need the density to offset the cost of the bedrock that they're going to encounter. So I don't know why we will have to accept that. That's not our problem, that's theirs. And I don't know why we're making it our problem. Because they're in it, we got something they want. If we give it away, we're not going to get it back again. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Anyone else like to come forward and speak? Anyone else like to come forward and speak? Okay. Good evening, welcome.
My name's Scott Meisner, 9713 Landon Road. So I'm right there by county line and Landon Road. So there will be a lot of people affected by this. I mean, you guys have to be tired of hearing this stuff over and over again, right? You have good umpire faces, you know, when you're sitting there getting yelled at and you just hold this face. It's good. I'm tired, you know, we're tired of coming to these meetings. We're tired of not getting the answers we want. We're tired of not being heard. I'm tired in general. I should be on the couch watching Seinfeld reruns right now instead of here, but here we are again. When do we get answers to questions like, why is this being rushed through? You know, it's a great place for development. This just is not the right one. You know, there will be one coming along. God says if we have patience, good things can happen. So if we wait, maybe the right development will come along. This with the high density houses just isn't going to work. It's going to cause more problems than it'll solve. You guys get to hear us for 4 minutes. But these decisions can last or affect our lives, the rest of our lives, whether it's the values of our properties that we're waiting for retirement, you know, so these are going to be affected. And I understand people's anger and frustration. And, you know, the thing that scares me is if this does go through, and people have mentioned it, it's like our well water, you know, the quality could go down, the levels could go down, the foundations could be affected, septic tanks could be affected, leach fields, soil and water contamination. I've been in the building industry and restoration industry for over 30 years, and I've seen this. I've seen insurance companies not pay for things that they should. I've seen attorney fees just, you know, knock people out of their houses. So, you know, what do we do? Where do we get these insurances? I don't have extra income to pay for a new foundation, you know. I was going to leave this part out, but I'm paying $1,500 a month right now for bladder cancer treatments, you know, so I don't have extra money to fix my basement if something cracks. And it might not crack when the day they're blasting, it could be 3 years down the road. So these are things you have to consider. But when do we get these answers? You know, when do we ask something and we get an answer back? When does that happen? You know, does it not happen? Or do we just take what you guys shove in our mouth and move along? So that's where, I mean, like a lot of people mentioned, there's a lot of frustration, a lot of people really upset. And we're fine with something going in there, some sort of development would be great, but the right one has to come along. And that could be the right development. Maybe it's a different developer, but I just don't know why we're trying to rush this through and rush through the wrong project. So thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else have to come forward and speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Eat it and then bring it back after you're finished.
Sounds good. Thank you. Darcel Eli, North 96, West 19866, County Line Road. Same thing. Don't feel that I'm heard. I don't feel that I can really go to anybody with questions. The townhouses are right by me. I sent one of the members here on the board an email, asked them what they thought. How come these houses couldn't be moved? Quote, because you don't want to send those houses up by the high-end houses. Those houses are noise blockers for the nice-end houses. Swear to God, I'll bring the email, but I just don't think that's necessary. I also was told that the people on Highway Q complain a lot about the noise. I'm on Highway Q. Don't blame anything about the noise. I do blame that one of my cranes got hit the other day. That kind of upset me because the traffic and everything is so bad. They want to put the townhouses right next to me. I'm one of the 3 houses along the road, right next to me, along with a private road. Now, if those townhouses have 2-car garages, 2-car parking spots, why do they have to have a private road? And then a road behind me, my driveway is the lot line, and Highway Q is in front of me. I am boxed in, completely boxed in. I keep bringing this up. I have asked from day one about my lot line. Still haven't heard anything about that. I have called the company many times. I went to the meetings. I just hate to keep coming up here and repeating myself, but I don't think anything's really being heard. And I'm really just fed up with all of this. I said I wasn't going to come no more. I I don't think our community really is. I've been here since 2006. And this is the first time ever I've had to be involved in anything in the village. Other than that, and it would have only been because one of my great neighbors called me and told me what was going on. I'm going to start being an advocate for Germantown and really start sharing what's happening in Germantown. I have a veteran friend that lived in Menominee Falls. He moved over to Freistadt. I was telling him what was going on here. He said, he's out of Freistadt too. He's gone. The noise is too loud. You know, he's a veteran. He can't stand all that noise. Everything's going on over there. We got to do better. Germantown's got to do better and listen. One of the people on this group also turned around and said, well, if you're going to have this for rent, I'm not sure that I'd want to buy a house next to somebody where all these townhouses are going to be rentals. Who's going to buy my house? Where's my value going for my house? Not good. I paid $300,000 from these people who owns this land. Back then, Carrie and her sister, and then the gentleman that spoke at the last meeting. I bought my land from them. So I know what's going on. So please listen to us, please.
Thank you for coming. Would anyone else like to speak? Good evening, welcome.
Tanya Cap, West 210, North 10735 Appleton Avenue, Germantown, Wisconsin. I can attest to some of the other statements made on a different subject as I'm addressing segment A with TLC Acres. And we have been coming and addressing this board for over 6 years now and have gotten almost no results. And I find that that is because until I started calling the fire department and the police and coming to multiple meetings and the plan commission and zoning and talking on public record at every meeting, nothing calmed down until we really started basically babysitting. And I wanted to go over a couple of things that were at the other meeting real quick, if I could. It seemed a little bit of a discussion was had about noise ordinance and nuisance. So I just wanted to go over that for commercial operations, the outdoor use, et cetera, et cetera. This is to be limited to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. weekdays and 8 to 5 on weekends and holidays. With snow, it can be 24 hours a day, but it has to be 24 hours after 2 inches or more snow or with a pending snow emergency. So in the future, how do we address if the idea of snow ever happening in the winter is enough reason to have 24 hours of stuff going on at the property across the street from me? Now, in the last week, last Saturday before this one, I called Matt, the owner of the property, and I asked in the afternoon what the parameters were of everything, because if it's 2:30 in the afternoon and they close at noon, should trucks be still getting filled with mulch and stones and whatever else? And after a bit of a conversation that got a little bit heated and did end, as he can confirm, with him apologizing for escalating the emotional level, he did admit that, you know, there should be discussion in this matter, and that the answer was that they do have the right to do their landscaping business outside of their retail business hours. So they have the right as a business to do 6 days a week, all day, every day. And so I have to, and I should apparently feel lucky if that's not the case. If they actually end at noon and no more trucks come in, I should feel lucky. Also, an offer was made in 2019 and not fulfilled, and I addressed that with Matt in that time as well. And he said, you're right, I didn't come through with that. So again, that offer of some trees in front of my yard has been made again, but I have nothing in paper. And as he said, I have no real reason to believe or trust that anything is going to happen, as it did happen the week before this meeting, which, had I not been checking the agenda of every single village board meeting all the time, constantly, I wouldn't know this was happening. So again, your residents, they want more transparency on what is coming their way. If not for Jan Miller having an open line of communication and some other conversations that I did have on emails, I would just feel like no one is ever listening here. That's about it.
Thank you for coming.
I'm sorry. I have just one more thing to add. It's very, very quick. It's another line that is an explanation of noise. So I think this is really important. And you guys, as it's your paperwork, you should know it. The village recognizes that noise is a threat to the public health and welfare, public safety, quality of life, and property values. As a person whose property values have gone down since I got this property 8 years ago, I can tell you that my property taxes, they go up anyway. So.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak tonight? Good evening, welcome.
My name is Sharon Gleisner. My address is W210 N 10743 Appleton Avenue, Germantown. I am directly across from TLC Acres. So the topic at hand, which I've been coming here for like six years in this discussion, and it's really not getting much further. The first topic is that tier 2, and I understand we're going to give them till like October, and if they don't complete it by October, we'll give them a 2-month buffer, whatever. If that doesn't finish, then we don't know what happens after that point. What if they don't finish in the 2-month buffer? What happens then? And after that, initially 6 years ago, we were told there's 3 tiers. So it's taken almost 6 years to get through tier 1 and tier 2. What happens during tier 3? How long is that going to go on for? So I'm a little concerned after tier 2 finishes, what are we in for next? Because it's not going to end. It's been going 6 years now. And from the last couple of meetings, the thing I heard most was that, yeah, on Saturdays, you won't start before 8. Well, that doesn't address half the things we were talking about. One is if you know, the noise complaints that I had and the accidents around that area. Well, it is very noisy. And if you were just sitting in my house, people just go, what was that? And it's always kind of like a lot throughout the day. And I work remote, so I hear this all the time, all day long. If you really want to hear the noise, and I know some of you visited there, but that's like 1 hour or maybe a meeting with them, which they knew you were coming. So in a way, if you ever did a surprise visit, you might actually hear the noise because they could be planning for your visit and they know you're coming. You'd hear some of that stuff because I stand in my driveway and you can hear it blasting loud. And just, I know that we're supposed to call now, you know, for every little thing, but that makes us babysitters, and we have jobs, we have families, we have things that are going on that we don't always have time to call about the noise complaints and about the accidents and all that. But believe me, they are happening. They try to say they're not, but they are happening. I'm not lying about it. And he knows it. And it's starting to look more like a landfill instead of a beautiful neighborhood. It's supposed to be a residential area, and it feels like it's just becoming a monstrosity over there. It's like the Powells that are adjacent to that, they're starting to go up and up and up, and he's way down here, and it's just not even looking right anymore in that area. So, I mean, these are some of the concerns I have right now about that. I get the growing, but at what expense? not beautifying our neighborhood and not making it look like a residential area and making it this huge monstrosity. It's just, and I know that the Powell, Jerry Powell was also looking into the DNR stuff because that was is Indian residential or Indian grounds too, because they had found some Indian stuff. And I know he was talking to DNR about that whole area too, because of what they found. His home was from the Prohibition era even, and they had all this stuff from back then. So he's been looking into that as well. But 6 years of this, and I just feel like we're not getting heard, and nothing's really changing much. I mean, 8 o'clock on Saturdays. That's really what I heard the most of. Nobody wants to do anything about the noise and the living across the street. If you lived across the street, you'd see it and you'd hear it every day. But if you're there once a month, once a week, you might not hit it just at that moment. But do some surprise visits and stay there for a while, or come over to my house and sit in my house and you can hear it. I'll come have you for lunch and you'll hear it. So I'm just concerned about all these things. The neighborhood, I love my city. I just don't want it to become a landfill, and I'd like it to be a beautiful residential area, and it's just becoming a monstrosity. And I also agree, we didn't get notices on this meeting. The only reason I knew it was going on is because my neighbor had told me it was going on. And as for that other project, oh, I'm sorry, I'm out. But the other project, I really, I agree with all of you. I'm only a mile and a half from there, so I really don't want to see that happen either. But I live across the street, the other one. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak? Good evening and welcome.
Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. Good evening. So just a couple of quick things before my main subject. The second half of the year, construction labor costs are projected to go up 6%, and materials are projected to go up about that as well. Just so you know, for all of these projects, it seems like to me that maybe this bedrock for the Home Path project has been underestimated. So it possibly could go the Miracle Homes way. I don't know, but that remains to be seen. The other comment I have is there's way too many important things on this agenda. I mean, there's TLC, there's the Home Path, there's the audit, there's Blackstone. All of these are important. It just seems like there's a lot of stuff on here that may have been broken up a bit because you guys will be here till midnight. Okay, so my main subject is the ethics hearing that was recently conducted. And yes, I questioned Mr. Sedgwick's position on the JRB, which is the Joint Review Board, and the Economic Development Commission. And because I had discovered that he was associated and his partner was associated with the Blackstone Creek Golf Course. And at the January meeting, they came forward and were asking to move the project forward in discussions with the administrator. And so what I discovered going through this process is that basically the law comes in after a problem happens. But villages doing their business need to be more pragmatic. At the beginning of the hearing, the chair of the commission stated that it is absolutely my right or anyone's to bring a matter before the commission that they believe may be an issue, which I did and I still do. I learned that although the Muni Code states the commission needs to file rules with the village clerk, this was not done, and I was told to follow the state statutes by the village attorney. Not being a lawyer, I'm not, and didn't have time to become one, I did a poor job of making the case for a conflict of interest, which I still believe to be the case. But it's not true per the law, by the way in which this Muni Code is written. But by common sense, it may be. I was told that I was considered misleading by the administrator, which is pretty hilarious given recent activity that has been hidden from taxpayers regarding property purchases and the involvement of people on this village board with that.
One of the commissioners was overtly hostile. According to the state statutes, it seems an actual act appears to need to occur for there to be a conflict of interest. Having reviewed this and looking at the Germantown Muni Code, and looking at other areas or other communities, I found that the Grafton Code is a lot more restrictive. And it actually talks about the incompatible with proper discharge of official duties in the public judgment, and will tend to impair independence or judgment or action in the performance of official duties. And this is about public officials, employees, trustees, people appointed to commissions and committees. Let's see. So Grafton's is more restrictive. The commission found the plaintiff not guilty according to the law. I accept that that is the finding, as that is the way the commission is set up at the moment. However, they also stated that there is a potential for a conflict in this area. And I'm asking if the current standard is the right standard for elected officials in this village, and that perhaps we should be looking at changing that section of the Muni Code. And there are other sections of the Muni Code, based on what people have been saying tonight, that also may need to be looked at. So thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak tonight? Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Scott Effley, W159 and 10514 Old Farm Road, Germantown. Sorry to the trustees for the 717 pages that you had to review. I know I did too, and it took me a long time. Pretty big agenda. Anyways, I'm the self-appointed budget finance guy, so here goes. When I went to business school, I was a double major, accounting and finance, and dropped the accounting, but learned something. Accounting tells you where you have been, while finance tells you where you're going. When I go to meetings, I've been coming for almost 4 years. We have a finance department. We never referred to an accounting department. We have finance. Well, so when I look at the things going on with the audit and the budget and everything, where are the projections? Okay. Anyone that works in the private sector like I do, if you don't have projections, you're not going to be around very long. What we're doing here is what I call reactive accounting. Now, maybe that's how government accounting works, where you react to what goes on. I hope it doesn't screw up. I hope it doesn't blow up. But why don't we do projective accounting? Why don't we be proactive and look and see what the real costs are to run this village, rather than, geez, I hope the levy goes up. I hope we do this, and I hope we do that. And there's a solution, of course, which I'm here to provide. It's called a 5-year capital budget with corresponding borrowing plans. Now, we got a nice 5-year capital budget from the Department of Public Works, from Mr. Mortwet. He's in the audience here. But no other departments have really put that forward that I've seen. And why not? We should have it from all departments when we're starting into a budget cycle. Not just rely on information. We should be, the trustees should be asking questions. We have people with backgrounds in accounting, like Trustee Miller and Trustee Pieper, that could ask questions and get information, rather than just saying, well, this is the best we can do. Our Park and Rec department themselves did a very good job of coming together with a trail plan. They did projections. They're telling you what's going on. If all the departments did that, it'd be a lot easier to run this village and see what's going on. And better forecasting can make that happen. Now, what I was encouraged about hearing is the committees are going to take an active role in working with the budget. And I know Trustee Rick Miller with GGF is looking at it, and some other departments too. That's what we need to do. I was told, and I learned from, thank you, Trustee Miller, that that's what we used to do. Well, why did we stop doing it? If it didn't, it was working, obviously. We ran the village for 60 years that way. We can go back to doing that. I'll move on quickly. Don't have a lot of time. So as far as the audit goes and the ACFR, that's my gold mine. I love that. I looked through that. I'm a nerd. Okay. But what did I see? I'm on the Utility Advisory Commission, and I watch the water and sewer utilities. I look at the charts, and our ROI is negative. We had an 88% increase in water, and our ROI is negative, and that happened in a year. If I were a trustee, I might ask questions about that. I'm certainly going to ask when there's a Utility Advisory Commission. Mr. Warren knows I will. But what's happening there? We seem to just see things that happen, and we don't know how or why it happened. We need to ask those questions. Why did it happen? And I hope there's clarity on that. Maybe not tonight, but at other meetings. Okay? And we are using less water today than we did 10 years ago on average. There's right in the ACFR. These are things that we should look at if we want to get on top of things, all right? So why is it negative? I don't know why the utilities are negative. I think they're spending a lot of money borrowing projects to put loop systems in, and no one's buying extra water from us because Richfield, they're not coming online with water and sewer. I don't see it for years and years and years. So that's an issue that I thought I'd bring up. And the last issue, I have 20 seconds left, is the agenda item brought forth by a couple trustees. They want to push the process forward back. Why did we have a pause on what's going on in the village center? Like was mentioned by people in the audience, if you make these decisions and you signed up for it as trustees, the decisions you make are permanent. We don't have a lot of historical buildings in downtown Main Street because Gales wanted to expand and we didn't think there was any value in those buildings, and that could have been a downtown similar to other downtowns like Hartford and Menominee Falls, and we blew it on that. So let's take our time on this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to speak tonight? Anyone on WebEx like to speak tonight? Oh, we do have some comments that were emailed to us, and our village administrator will read those.
Sure. The first one is from Tamara Schneider. I don't believe she's here tonight.
Tamara's not here and she asked that you read.
Right.
Thank
So
you.
I'll read her email. Good evening. I'm not able to make this meeting in person because I'm out of town for the holiday. Despite the number of residents that may speak tonight, I want you to know that at the Plan Commission meeting, 23 Germantown residents spoke or emailed in opposition to the development. Also, 12 Menominee Falls residents that live in the subdivision across the street, which will be greatly impacted by this development, opposed it. The biggest opposition is to the row houses, multifamily, which do not reflect the character of our rural area. Blasting and its effect on our wells, septic and foundations, and traffic are other serious issues. Other concerns as follows. Home costs. The original home path proposed development was being marketed as affordable homes. The original pricing was $350,000 at the January 13th Plan Commission meeting for townhouses, and the new proposed pricing is $450,000 to $500,000. Flagships homes are now estimated to sell for $800,000. Well, the proposed development now includes a well. Prior testing of a well at this site lowered the water table, causing a neighbor's well to burn up, which the village then had to reimburse. This has happened at other testing locations too, affecting more than just one resident. Given the known bedrock in the area, will additional blasting need to be done to dig the well? Can that be done once all the new homes are built? Rentals, even though the developer plans to sell the houses, they did say there may be rentals, maybe around 15%. Currently, the village has approximately 25% rentals. If it is 15% as suggested, this will increase the total rentals in Germantown to a level that many may find too high. This does not take into account any future development, which the village center as being one that may have a large rental population. Developers agreement. We want to guarantee that we will get a pre and post blasting video inspections as suggested by ECS Midwest LLC in the agenda packet. When Miracle Homes did blasting on Holy Hill Road by Goldendale, surrounding homes of Meadow Lark Lane and Robin Hood had well issues and cracks in ceilings and garage supports. Then Miracle Homes went bankrupt, leaving the homeowners with no financial recourse. Other items that must be in the developer's agreement are a 30-foot buffer on all areas, including 154 to 157, which do not meet this buffer requirement. Retention ponds. The developer said they were going to use the soil from the excavation of the retention ponds to fill the existing land high enough so they didn't have to dig or blast for basements. Below is the boring sample map and the plan development. If you look at the boring samples, the bedrock depth in the areas of the retention ponds are listed as 15 feet, 11 feet 9 inches, and 4 feet. How will they dig a retention pond when there's bedrock 4 feet down? Will this give them the soil needed to raise the grade of the development? Village engineer Kevin Driscoll made site plan comments. He does not recommend private roads and private sanitary mains and lift stations due to future maintenance and replacement obligations. The sewer depth of 5 feet is not standard. 3, the developer acknowledges the village may ultimately become responsible for the private lift station. Does this not raise red flags for anyone? Protest petitions. We did file protest petitions in March, which are included in this agenda packet. During the village board meeting on March 31st, the board unanimously voted yes on a resolution opposing the erosion of local home rule authority and requesting the return of local control over protest or zoning changes. I am asking you to honor our protest petitions concerning the rezoning of the property. Such a change or amendment shall not become effective except by the favorable view of 3/4 of the village board members in attendance and voting on the proposed rezoning. Last is the overwhelming consensus of Germantown residents wanting Germantown to continue to have a rural feel, as indicated by the 2019 citizen survey results. 41% strongly agree that the village should protect all existing undeveloped farmland from future development, and 75% agree single-family homes are the most favorable types of housing, with 71% disagreeing that multifamily residential developments should be developed. Yet a minimum of 102 multifamily units are being proposed as part of this plan. Why do citizen surveys if you are not going to take the results into account? To build some goodwill to existing residents, the Plan Commission should have asked the developer to make some changes, such as changing the row houses into condos or townhouses, or even creating a duplicate subdivision to their already existing home path development at Heritage Park North, where they already have flagship homes. We, the residents, are your constituents and ask you to vote no to the zoning changes and to the proposed development as it is. A different development that meets the needs of a developer, the village, and surrounding residents can be obtained. Thank you, Tammy Schneider, W204 and 9699 Landon Road. The next comment was from Sarah Larson. Her comment is, I was surprised to see this item, and when her comment was related to the item H. I was surprised to see this item brought forward by trustees Baum and Kaminsky. They are trustees and not the plan director nor the village administrator. The fact that trustee Baum continues to insert himself in this and have conversations with Ms. Copeland is not acceptable. That communication should be going through the administration to then in turn provide the president for determination as to which body the information will be presented. The public has a problem with how the prior board leadership and trustee Baum handled the village center, and this only begs a question what other side conversations are taking place. I'm not sure whether trustee Baum's colleague follow all of his comments on Nextdoor and Facebook as it pertains to development to Germantown, given all are signed as trustee District 1. He is speaking for the entire body and not merely offering a personal opinion. He is argumentative and quite sarcastic to the public, as well as derogatory towards colleagues, certainly not becoming of a public official and a black eye for this board and the community. Being on the library board, I know legal issued a notice to everyone about online communications. Perhaps you want to encourage trustee Baum to review and limit his comments to those made as a private citizen as opposed to a public official. His actions could very well have unintended consequences for the board and the village. The public is expecting better. The next comment was from Marie Butler. Please don't put high-density housing. If more housing versus agricultural land is needed, allow for larger lots for people to build on. Would love to see larger land lots like surrounding communities. Then we have one from Scott Lopez, who is at W204 and 10005 Landon Road. His comments are regarding agenda item B. I'm speaking out against approving the zoning change and development at this time. I have previously requested studies and reviews of the environmental impact on the area, including federally protected wetlands, and have yet to see any results or even attempt to add a study. The surrounding areas were designated 100-year flood zones, including my property, by the federal government. How will this development alter that designation? With the increased asphalt and concrete, I suspect we'll see vastly increased flooding in the local area, resulting in property damage and other issues. How will this additional runoff water affect the creek running behind my house that already floods several feet every spring? I've heard many at the village board meetings speak of keeping development in Germantown in the same designs and styles of the local area. This development reflects none of the design of the local housing 1 30-acre lots do not reflect the local housing. Apartment buildings do not reflect the local housing. At a previous meeting, I asked what impact this would have on the already very busy Landon Road and was told a study would be performed to investigate this. I've not seen any study on this road since then, nor heard of one or any results from a study. Adding 143 proposed home, even with one car in each home, will have a major impact on an already busy road where we have semi-trucks regularly doing 60 miles per hour in a 40-mile-per-hour zone. I know, I've stood out there with a radar gun spot checking as they race by my house. And sadly, I haven't seen Germantown police out there issuing tickets to speeders in years. If you're looking for easy revenue, there's plenty to be had from speeders on this road. I'm disappointed with the village board. You claim to be listening to the residents, but I've seen no evidence of that, just a desire to push through big plans from a developer with a lot of money to throw around. Next, we have Mark and Lori Betcher. I don't know if I don't think they spoke tonight. Betcher?
I do not.
Okay. And they're at N96 W20235 County Line Road, Menominee Falls. Good evening. We have been protesting this development on County Line Road and Landon Road for 3 years plus now. We feel as if we are not being heard. We can write all of the concerns to be read again, but you already know how we feel and our legitimate concerns. Please reference our previous letters. Just to keep it simple, our main concerns that we feel should be heard again are as follows. 1, please vote no on the row houses. It's not right in this for this area, too dense. 2, we are very, very concerned about the blasting of the bedrock. Is a developer of the village of Germantown prepared to pay for any type of damage to our foundations, wells, or sewer lines? Has a developer shown any type of insurance to cover any potential damage during this process? As a neighboring village, please look further into our concerns before considering this type of development. 3, has this committee even reached out to the village of Menominee Falls, or even better, Waukesha County on this proposal? One last thing, we would like to throw out an invite to everyone on this committee board to come out to our property to see what we must deal with living on this over-congested and loud area of this county highway. We're sure you would walk away with a different view of how this proposed development will bring more traffic, noise, light, and light pollution to this area. It's hard to live here as it is now. And she left her phone, they left their phone number in case trustees would like to reach out. Next, we have Kathy Voss. Really, let's be realistic. Think about the extra amount of people this would bring into the area. Traffic is really priority. Landon Road has too much traffic now. How could it accommodate 200 plus more traffic? County Line Q is also busy enough. Add 200 plus more. Really, this is Germantown, not Milwaukee. And then the last one is from Susie Harper. I am so against the development on Landon and County Line roads. The strain of that many people would be horrific. Imagine all the extra cars, the traffic backups, light pollution, overcrowded stores, overcrowded everything. Please don't let that kind of monstrosity destroy our neighborhoods and countryside. And those are all of the comments that we received before 4 o'clock.
Thank you. Again, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
President Soderberg, was there one from Doug Lohman as well? Comment?
It was after 4 o'clock.
Is that our cutoff?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
I just fell out of slip.
Okay.
My name is William Schubert, and I live at W204 and 9886 Landon Road. My house is on the north side of the development that they want to do. My house is 50 foot off the lot line. They start doing blasting, there is going to be damage done. I'm really sick and tired of coming down here and saying we have to be good neighbors. And this village board is not being good neighbors to us. You don't listen to us, and we're the ones that have to take and eat this. You know, if this developer wants to put up these row houses and stuff and everything else like that, maybe this is not the area for them. Maybe we should have 1 acre lots in there and put up $800,000 homes. People will buy them like hotcakes. I flip houses, and if I have any houses that are sitting on more than 1 acre, they sell within 3 days. So you can't say that they're not going to be making money off these houses if we go single family. I'm just very fed up with this whole deal. It's like you guys take and decide everything for the people. You don't listen to us. And when are you gonna start listening? It's our tax dollars. The traffic is terrible on Landon Road. It's terrible on County Line. My daughter got T-boned there because somebody was playing on their phone and T-boned her at the intersection. It doesn't get patrolled. And how much is this gonna cost us, really, in infrastructure? You know, you have to have more police, more plowing service, everything. Where are we gaining? Show me what's gonna prosper us in this area. What's gonna be good for us? You know, you guys just look at tax dollars and everything else. The way this is going, this is gonna end up turning out to be like another Northridge area. Is that what we want for Germantown? Really? Does anybody have an answer to that? You know, people move out here to get away from the congestion. And you're just doing the opposite. That's all I had to say.
Thank you for coming. Okay, we're going to move on from citizen input to item 8, appointments to boards, committees, or commissions. Item A, Senior Center Advisory Committee and Utility Advisory Committee appointments. Minister Krecklo.
We have a couple of appointments before the board this evening. Sorry, I'm just pulling this up, this item on the list here. It is on page 3 of your agenda. So there are, for the senior club, we have an application and have completed a background review for Lynn Bracy to be the senior club member. And for the Utility Advisory Committee, we had Mr. Scott Heffley was serving as an alternate. And before the board tonight he would be appointed as the financial accounting member. And then Mr. James Hansen would be appointed as a citizen member. Mr. Hansen was previously on the Utility Advisory Committee. He resigned when he moved away, but he is back living in Germantown and has submitted an application to be reappointed to the Utility Advisory Committee.
Thank you. I entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the committee appointments as presented.
I'll second.
Who second? Thank you, Mr. Trustee Warren. Discussion? No discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. We're now on to item 9, consent agenda. Entertain a motion.
Move approval of consent agenda A through C.
I'll second.
Trustee Jan Miller, second. We have discussion. Seeing none, I think we have roll call because there's dollars involved.
Call.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ketz.
Aye.
Trustee Baum. Trustee Jan Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Borst. Aye. Trustee Pieper. Trustee Rick Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky. Village President Soderberg.
Aye.
Sorry.
That motion carries. We're now on to item, we don't have any unfinished business, public hearings. We're on to item 12, new business. Item A, Parish Survey and Engineering Agent for Matt Sieben and TLC Acres, property owner W210N10738 Appleton Avenue. Conditional use permit application to allow grading and filling within a 25-foot wetland and 75-foot navigable waterway setback. Turn it over to Jeff.
We're setting up. We'll be ready shortly. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Evan Nicodem, Paris Survey and Engineering, agent for Matt Sebon and TLC Acres property owners, is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to allow an encroachment into a 25-foot wetland and 75-foot navigable waterway setback on the 53-acre TLC property located on Appleton Avenue, as shown here on the screen. The 53-acre property is zoned A2 agricultural. A little more background. Conditional use permit was issued back in 2019 to allow certain uses to occur on the property, including additional uses that are allowed by right. To date, the land uses that are allowed by right and by conditional use permit include a tree nursery allowed in the A2 district, sod and topsoil removal allowed in the A2 district, a retail sale of nursery products not raised on the property, that's allowed by way of the conditional use permit. Landscape maintenance and construction services business operating from the property, also allowed by the conditional use permit. That area is leased to MSTLC and Total Lawn Care. And there's also temporary site filling and grading that's allowed with site plan and erosion control permit approval. The issue of temporary filling and grading has been brought up again today and is an ongoing issue with this particular property. Ongoing construction of elevated plateaus or tiers on the property for growing nursery stock has been a cornerstone of the proposal since the permit was issued in 2018, 2019. Tier 1 was completed around the time the permit was issued, and it is partially planted with trees. Tier 2 is an active area with filling and grading ongoing. That area is shown on the screen, the larger pink area. And filling and grading on remaining site area, the brown over to Hilltop, commonly referred to as Tier 3. That area was subject to a recent Plan Commission approval of a site plan back on June 9th, wherein the Plan Commission required that the filling of that area be completed by November 1st of this year with an optional 60-day extension to be determined by the Plan Commission. The post-construction elevations of that area are to be the same as pre-construction elevations, provided there's positive drainage towards the drainage ditch to avoid ponding. And there's some day and time restrictions on trucking, including Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. The conditional use permit proposal subject to the action tonight has to do with the construction of a stormwater basin and swales associated with a couple of improvements that were approved on the property as part of the site plan. This graphic shows the approved site plan for the property. The smaller box highlighted in blue is on the west side of the property, and that area includes a 5,200 square foot building addition that was approved by the Plan Commission, and 11,000 square feet of asphalt that was also approved as part of the site plan approval back on June 9th. The larger box highlighted in orange is on the east side of the property, and that area shows the stormwater drainage pond and conveyance swales that are to be constructed on the property to accommodate runoff from the building addition, from the asphalt, and from additional runoff on the property. As you can see on this graphic, some of those swales and part of the stormwater basin encroaches into the 75-foot navigable waterway setback. That's that purple line that runs diagonally. There's also some encroachment into a 25-foot setback area. That's the green line shown on the property, and the blue line is the actual navigable drainage ditch that was identified as being navigable by the DNR about a year ago. The encroachment area more clearly is shown on this graphic. Approximately 57,650 square feet of grading and filling is proposed in the 25-foot and 75-foot setback areas combined, requiring a minimum of 57,650 square feet of compensation under the village's shoreland wetland code. In this case, the owner proposes to install just over 63,000 square feet of compensation of native plants and grasses in two particular areas shown in green and blue that run along or adjacent to the drainage basin to provide additional setback and buffering to both the wetland area and the navigable waterway itself. The Plan Commission, at their meeting on June 9th, in addition to approving a site plan that includes those improvements I mentioned earlier, they also recommended approval of the conditional use permit that would allow the grading and filling in these setback areas as I've just outlined, subject to 4 conditions. There's a draft of the conditional use permit containing those conditions that were included in the packet. That's what I've got.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got 2 recommendations from staff to approve a conditional use permit to allow encroachment. And also, second one, approve a conditional use permit to allow encroachment into 25 feet wetland and 75 feet navigable waterway setback as presented. I'll entertain a motion. Brian, should we do this separately or together?
Ultimately, that's up to the board. Historically, we've just done everything together,
Okay, we'll do it
but we
together.
can sometimes do them separately.
Okay, we'll do them together. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of item A as presented.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. Trustee Kaminsky.
Just a comment and a question. What we're approving tonight has nothing to do, correct, with the noise component of this that we heard from our audience members? I just want to make sure that that's true. I mean, they already have a conditional use permit. They're already doing what they're doing. So if there happens to be noise, it has nothing to do with what we're doing tonight, correct?
That's correct. This is narrowly focused on the grading and filling within the setback areas.
Okay, and when you have a conditional use permit like this, how often do we check to be sure that the business owner is compliant and that there aren't additional complaints?
We do follow up. We require an annual report every year for, in this case, 3 years. That was one of the conditions to just summarize what the activities are, and we do random field checks. There's also, in the case of this particular project, erosion control permit would be required to be issued, and that's checked fairly regularly by Public Works Department staff.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kaminsky, I'll just also add to that. I would say on an as-needed basis, we would review that. Since I've been here, we've had conversations with a developer about trash issues that have been resolved. We've had conversations with a major company in Germantown about some other issues, and that has been resolved too. So I would just say, and I'll commit that if there's issues going forward, they will be addressed. So, Trustee Jan Miller.
Yes, I'm curious. You're telling us, and I don't have all the conditions in front of me, obviously. I guess I don't. But on this page, you said that one of the conditional uses started in 2018, 2019, and they haven't been able to complete it. Is that right?
Yes. Back in the conditional use permit 08-2019 specifically addresses the issue of the filling of the tiers for planting of the nursery stock. And that particular activity is still ongoing. Tier 1 was completed. Tier 2, again, the tier 1 is the green area up front along Appleton Avenue. That was completed fairly early on. Tier 2, the property owner indicated at the time that he expected tier 2 to be completed by the end of 2019, and that activity has been ongoing ever since. There is no specific deadline for tier 2 completion in the conditional use permit. The site plan approval that was granted back in June 9th of this month by the Plan Commission did attempt to address the issue of grading and filling of the tier 3 area, which is the brown area on here, requiring that to be completed by November 1st of this year, principally because that brown area is going to be part of the floodplain when the new floodplain maps are adopted sometime in early 2026.
So my question is, when is tier 2 going to be completed if it started in 2019? And why would we jump to tier 3? If there's going to be a floodplain map coming out, and there are other areas within the village that I believe we're waiting for this floodplain. It's very important. So what is our commitment? How do we know that tier 2 is even going to be completed if the Plan Commission is asked for tier 3? For him to leapfrog over to tier 3 and fill it in? Is he trying to get out of a floodplain? Help me understand.
Well, Mr. Matt Sieben is here this evening, I believe. Matt, you can come forward and respond to those questions. Yes, part of the issue is the floodplain mapping and the impending deadline of the adoption of those new maps. And in part, that was part of the reason for the Plan Commission wanting to ensure that filling of the tier 3 area where the floodplain will eventually be part of is completed before the maps are done. But go ahead.
All right. So tier 2 is nearing completion. There's not much left to do on it. The reason it wasn't complete, we had every intention of completing it. COVID struck, construction changes happened. Phil wasn't readily available and we weren't able to complete it. It's been going very slow. We do provide Mr. Retzloff's department, every load that comes in, we give him an update and of how many loads are left and how many loads are come in each month or two. He gets updates on that. So tier 2 is nearing completion, and when we get enough fill, it'll be done. I just can't look into a crystal ball and tell you exactly when that'll be.
Thank you for that information. So how much more fill do you need?
I'm not prepared to answer that. I can certainly give you an email with, I can forward you the email that, the email string that I have ongoing for 5 years with
That's a lot.
Mr. Retzloff's department.
So if you had to estimate, what percentage of tier 2 is completely filled?
If I had to guess, maybe 85%.
Uh-huh. And if you've had such difficulty getting fill, how do you plan to fill the tier 3?
The FEMA's floodplain is changing, and so whenever that changes, the rules will change. So if we don't finish tier 3, we don't finish tier 3, and that part of my land will just be in floodplain. There's nothing I can do about that.
So are any of the pink areas tier 2 and any of these accessory buildings that you're proposing, would they be within the floodplain?
No. Maybe very
sure.
What?
How can you be sure?
Because the maps are already out.
The maps are out.
The FEMA maps of the floodplain that's going to change. I have an engineer that was working with, there it is right here. So yes, I guess a portion of tier 2 would be in the floodplain, or would be, I mean, it's out of the floodplain now, but it would be in the floodplain. But the buildings are not. That's the proposed FEMA map.
But on the, so as I'm looking at it, it really doesn't look like it pays to fill in any of that land.
I don't, I don't know what to say to that. I have my reasons, and my plan is to eliminate erosion. All along, this was to build up the land because the land had very little value for planting as it would flood, because it's obviously going into floodplain. Our intent was to raise this land to stop the erosion, to stop the water from running across the fields, have it engineered to control the water flow. That's been our intention all along. It hasn't gone as fast as we wanted to back in 2019. That's all. I mean, that's our intention, or was our intention.
So are you telling the board that in Tier 3, you never had any business in there, or you never had any sod or plants or anything like that?
It was Tier 3 was most recently land lease to FOF sod. So I think the last sod was harvest off of there last summer. And he did not replant.
Who is he?
Bill FOF sod.
Okay.
He's across the street at Hilltop. He's a sod.
Okay. But he's not part of your business.
I leased that land to him until last year when he did not replant.
Okay, okay. So what is the, so part of the filling that you're doing could be part of the floodplain and could be washed away if there's a bad flood? Is that?
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. My engineer wouldn't agree with that.
Okay. So your business is TLC, correct?
Yes.
And what is the verbiage about MS TLC?
So TLC Acres is the purchased the 50 acre land from Dick Erskine 8 years ago or so. MS TLC is my landscaping operation, and that's what the conditional use is held for. It's also held for TLC Acres, my landscape supply company, which sells dirt, topsoil and mulch and stone.
So you have 3 companies?
Two companies.
2 companies.
TLC Acres and MS TLC.
Okay.
And those are both the companies that are governed under the conditional use permit that I currently hold. I just want to add to that. The reason that there haven't been any documented complaints, there have been no documented complaints since 2018. I have had neighbors come and complain in front of the board, but documented complaints where it's been documented by one of the village departments, police, fire, development, there are none. I have 0 complaints against me in the 8 years. And the reason for that is because I'm very careful to operate within my conditional use parameters. And so I've had conversations with my neighbors about the noise and about different things that happen on the property. Those are allowed, they're allowed actions. If a wheel loader puts dirt into a dump truck in the afternoon, it's an allowed use on my property. It's part of the conditional use permit. The reason that there aren't any documented complaints is because we don't break, we are very careful to stay within our conditional use guidelines. And that's very important to me, and it's a credit to my staff and my team that we haven't had any documented complaints other than what's been said in front of the plan commission or the village board. I think that's important to note.
Yeah.
Any other trustees have questions? Are you done, Trustee Miller?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I have a couple other questions. I wanted to just make a point that if a resident comes here and makes a comment, it is documented. So.
Oh, right. So I did, and I
just wanted to correct.
And to follow you up on that, I guess I do have a camera system on my property. And just the other day, I had a phone call that said you have a truck on your property at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday which I'm able to do, but I was able to pull that footage immediately, and I was able to see who was on my property, what they were doing, and why they were there. My property doesn't close, it's still my property. And if I give someone permission to drive onto it, or I'm able to operate my landscape company within those parameters. So just because that complaint came through doesn't mean that it's necessarily a complaint that I was doing something wrong, right? Like I was following the rules that the village has set forth for me, but someone didn't like that. And so I guess that's my, and as I'm working on being a better neighbor and talking with these neighbors, I'm trying to understand the things that they don't like. But at the same time, I still have a business to operate, and I'm still given a set of documents that I have to follow by the village. And we follow the four corners of those documents very carefully.
And a question for Jeff. What was the, what are in the CUP, what are the operating hours that are assigned?
For which business? TLC Acres or MS TLC? Because they vary, don't they, Matt?
They do vary. The TLC Acres is a retail operation that closes at noon, or whatever my website says. I don't know what those are off the top of my head. I operate in a smaller time frame than those. I don't operate outside of those. I don't know what they are exactly. I know that they're set up appropriately.
Yes, Jeff.
The days and hours of operation for TLC Acres as specified in the operational plan that was submitted as part of the application in 2019 include April 1st and November 1st, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Sundays. For MSTLC, the days and hours of operation include March 15th to December 1st, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. for shop employees, 7:15 a.m. to 8 p.m. for field employees, and then November 1st to April 1st for snow management operations, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. for shop employees, and field employees' times are not specified.
Thank you. I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay. I really don't believe in encroaching upon wetland setbacks. It's my philosophy, and so I won't be able to support this.
Okay. It's also, and I will.
And I did listen to a lot of the people coming forward, and they are trying to be good neighbors, and so are you. But they still have legitimate complaints.
And I am
So
working with them.
Thank you for answering questions.
As far as the wetland setback, we are not adding any impervious surface. It's just, we're just changing the topography of the land. It's all going to be put back into its native, what it currently exists in.
I understand.
Thank you, Jan Miller. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Trustee Dave Baum.
So my biggest issue is I've been working with these residents, not even my district, but they've been calling me for some reason. And I've been working with them since this all started, and it's the noise. The noise has been a huge problem. The hours that you have are so extensive. They have no peace and quiet. In the evenings, you're working until 7 o'clock. They can't do anything.
We're not.
On the weekends, you're open until 4:30. It's the hours of operation are too long. And I told people if this came back before me when I was on the plan commission, that if you came back, I would look to have the hours changed. So I won't support it just because the hours are too invasive to the neighbors.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Can you show your hands, please? That motion carries. Thank you. We're moving on to item B, Ken Frank, agent for Home Path Financial LP, and I can't pronounce that, Morrison Family Farm LLC, property owner. Rezoning ordinance to create a Sutton Farm Plan Development District, PDD, and rezone 88.3 acres from the A1 agricultural district into the Sutton Farm PDD. A resolution to create conditions and restrictions for the Sutton Farm PDD, and a resolution to approve a preliminary subdivision plat for an 88.3 acre residential neighborhood comprised of 171 single-family units and 102 multifamily units located at the northeast corner of Landon Road and County Line Road in the Landon Gateway neighborhood. Gordon.
All right, thanks, Mr. President. Good evening. As you mentioned, Home Path Financial, this is a planned development district rezone request and preliminary subdivision plat for the 88 acres at the northeastern corner of Landon Road and County Line Road. The property currently is zoned A1. And a little bit of history on the property discussed at Plan Commission. There was a prior development proposal in 2022 under our 2020 land use plan when the property was classified as commercial and industrial office in the long range plan. The proposal at that time included an element of industrial buildings, but also high density. And since then, with the 2050 plan adoption, the site has been designated Landon Gateway neighborhood with single family and multifamily uses being the desirable uses. There's the image of Landon Gateway neighborhood per the 2050 plan, which essentially this 88 acres makes up. A little bit more detail on the proposal highlights. As you can see in the packet too, 273 total dwelling units on the 88 acres, equaling 3.1 dwelling units per acre with an overall density, 5.8 dwelling units for net density. It was discussed earlier, some of the open space, about 32% of the site is proposed as open space, including a number of elements. And there are a variety of housing types with single family and attached townhomes, and also the paired villas that we can get into later. There are 3 public access points proposed, and you'll notice on the site development plan in a minute, 1 off of Landon Road and 2 off of County Line. There are a couple underlying districts being proposed with this planned development district, RS7 single family and then RM2 multifamily to cover those multifamily units. The proposed density are within the allowed density maximums per our zoning code. A site plan here, you can see the arrangement of the homes and the different colors, and it's easier to read in the packet, but they're the different housing types with the roads laid out there and the open spaces designated. Rezoning plan, as I mentioned, RS7, majority of the site being mostly the northern half and even more than that with the RM2 being in the southern portions of the property covering the multifamily area. Preliminary subdivision plat, 157 lots for single family use, and then 2 overall lots for the multifamily or condominium lots per se. And this is the phasing plan that was also mentioned during some of the earlier comments with the phases depicted, and I can have the developer go into that a little bit more if needed. As I mentioned, 3 public access points. Public streets will be serving the single family area with a private drive serving the multifamily area, the attached townhomes. Utilities, stormwater management. We have public water mains and sanitary sewer facilities extended west through the property to serve the development. There is a private sanitary lift station that we can get into a bit more. Obviously, you heard it brought up earlier. And then 5 stormwater detention basins to serve the site. The number of landscaping and common area details listed in the packet. We can come back to them, but they're listed on screen. There are 3 proposed neighborhood entrance signs for identifications to the site. And then within the packet, we did just want to hit that the annual property tax revenue has been estimated at approximately $662,000 and a one-time impact fee revenue for all the units at $2.3 million. Then one thing since the Plan Commission meeting that we added in there was the school district projections. We tried our best to equal out single family and multifamily based on the Rofer study, and there's 115 total students if you project it over time to 2040. Just quickly to touch on the architecture and product images, the flagship series, there's 44 of those single family homes, the larger homes with 2 and 3 car garages ranging on larger lots, and the price points being upper 600s to 800,000. Some images here of those. Pathway series, the smaller single family series, 99 total single family pathway homes, 2-story homes ranging about 1,400 square feet to 2,400 square feet on smaller lots. And some of those lots are the ones that the applicant has requested that modification to the minimum lot size, with the price points being roughly $500,000 to $550,000 on those. And here's their product offering from Home Path Stepping Stones. Get into the paired ranch villas, 28 of those units, smaller in size, 1,200 square feet with 2 and 3 bedrooms and 2-car garages, and roughly about $500,000 to $550,000 again for the price points. Here's some images of those. And lastly, the attached townhomes, the 102 units, quoted as multifamily. And those price points are roughly $450,000 to $500,000. And again, those are on the southern portion of the site. And here are some renderings. We did have a little bit more detailed renderings from the applicant with front and rear elevations. With all that, just as a reminder, the uses are desirable within the long-range designation of the Landon Gateway neighborhood. It does meet the density allowance for our zoning code and the long-range plan. The PDD conditions and restriction resolution that was brought up at Plan Commission has been drafted and is included in the packet for Village Board review. And a couple future things that will come into play are final planning, construction plans, and the development agreement, of course, if this project were to be granted approval and move forward. Staff comments, village engineer memos, village surveyor memos, which staff has conditioned as part of the approval if granted. And yes, there were some comments from the village engineer that were talked about at Plan Commission regarding the private sanitary lift station and the private road, about financial guarantee and some of the info requested that we were talking with the developer about. And lastly, Village Forester, DOA, we're waiting on final letter from that agency. And then also the 2 county highway departments are, I believe, still reviewing the TI that was included in the packet. I can have the developer answer if they've heard anything back from them. So with that, PC did recommend approval of the PDD, and that is subject to 3 conditions. And they also recommended approval of the preliminary plat, subject to 10 conditions, all listed in the packet, and the resolutions that are included. I'm here to field some questions. I know the development team is here with their engineer and their planner as well to answer questions. So I guess we can take it from there.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion so we can get discussion, and we'll have the applicant come forward.
Make a motion to approve the Plan Development District and the subdivision plat with the associated conditions.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Trustee Warren.
I was raising my hand.
Oh, you seconded. Okay. Do we have discussion? Can the applicant come forward? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I don't have a lot to add. I think he covered everything quite well. I suppose the only points I would probably make is this is, I believe, the 3rd proposal that's come before you on this property. Each of them considerably less dense than the former. And I believe, based on that, I mean, I would say the village is listening, okay? Because it is considerably less dense than the last plan. The 2050 plan is considerably less dense than the plan prior to that. One of the things that was talked about, I believe, in Plan Commission was land use transitioning. So it's common to transition land uses. We have to the northeast industrial commercial that's identified. We have to the southeast industrial electric substation, followed by big box commercial, And to the west, we have 10 acres of natural buffer. So this site is a transition site. So at some point, we talk about acre lots. That's going to be the lots that are backing up to the substation and the industrial site to the north. So this is a transition site, as I think clearly identified in the 2050 plan, rightfully so. There was some blasting that was talked about. I can have Chris talk about some of the logistics in that. But at the end of the day, it's heavily regulated, heavily permitted. We will and are required to follow all of the guidelines of the regulatory bodies in charge of that. Other than that, we will do our best to mitigate as much as possible any blasting that's done. It's part of the reason why you see some of the site design that we have, because we're trying to address that. We're trying to stay out of that and minimize that. That's why you see some of the multifamily buildings in the south in that corner, because those are not basement units. Okay, so they're up out of that rock area. Again, I mentioned the 10 acres of natural wooded buffer to the west. We have 30 feet of buffer around the entire project, all four sides of it. So we're meeting that regulation that the village has in their ordinance. To reiterate, Jordan mentioned 30% open space, again, 30-foot buffer around the site. The private lift station, we can address that with staff, but we've offered 4 or 5 communities that they're currently doing that in. We can follow their models. We can work through that with staff, we believe. Other than that, I would just take questions.
Thank you. Trustee Warren.
Thank you. I like the layout. I like the open space. The density is below our maximum that we could put in here. I'm not concerned with the traffic. There was a traffic impact analysis that showed that the existing road is under capacity and that the addition of the anticipated vehicles from this development will not reduce the level of service on this roadway. Now, these are professional engineers that are coming up with these numbers. Blasting, been there, done that. As you say, it's highly regulated. There can be pre and post construction reviews to, if there is any damage, that's what the bonding companies are for with the contractor, to make sure they make it right. Be it wells or basement walls or whatever it is. Could you touch, well, no pun intended, but we're reserving a parcel for potentially a future well. That doesn't mean a well's going in there. I think that's maybe more of a convenience to the village.
We've had some discussions internally about if that well site becomes necessary. I think we would be willing to contribute whatever land is necessary for that to the project.
Was that based on some analysis that you did or some input from the village calculations based on?
Trustee Warren, may I, if I may, just jump in real quickly, I can shed some light on that. It was, I believe, about 8 years ago, the village did some testing down on that site for a potential future well. We, since that time, constructed a new well up by Rockfield Road. It's possible, maybe even likely, that we will need an additional well at some point in the future. The test results that came back 8 years ago from this site did show that it was not an appropriate location for a shallow well, but would be an appropriate location for a deep well. And since we don't have a well in that area of the village, it seemed it would potentially be a good location. So in the course of working with the developer, we asked them to set aside a small parcel for a future well. There's no immediate plans to construct a well there, but it would be then land that the village would obtained and owned for a future well at some point, in the long term.
Well, I wanted to clarify that because there was concern that there would be drawdown from a well that was going in, and that's not the case.
That's not the case. There's long-term, there may be a well there. There's no immediate plans. If there is a well, it'll be a municipal well and it'll be a deep well that would not affect the residential wells in the area.
Well, talking long-term, so that's been a farm field for quite a while and everybody's hoping it would stay a farm field. But I don't think that's realistic to think that way. So things do change and things do move forward. I'm comfortable with the concerns that were raised and the answers that were given. So I support this.
Thank you. Trustee Pieper.
So 8 years ago, that's when it was last tested?
Yeah, it was before I started with the village. The previous public works director had done some testing over there.
So what is the guarantee to the people who live around there who are on wells that this development isn't going to affect the reservoir that they are drawing from?
Well, this development does not include a well. So
You just said a well was going to be put in.
there is land set aside for a municipal well in the future. I think if we got to that point and we were looking at the actual construction, we would retest because we don't know things. I think where you're going is things do change with the water table levels and so on. So we would retest to ensure that there aren't any impacts. And when the village has constructed wells in the past, we've taken a lot of steps to make sure that nearby residential wells are protected. We've put in monitoring systems. When this last well was constructed, we even set aside funds so that if there were any residential wells impacted, that we would work with those residents to address them.
So what village well would this development be pulling from?
This would be drawing off of really our system is interconnected. So any household that's using village water is really drawing off of all of our wells.
Okay, I know. It's sad to see that every single person in this room that came up and spoke and all the emails that I've gotten, not one was in favor of this development, not one. There's been questions raised, with the blasting, how that will affect their houses. What insurance will they have from the developer that what if, we've seen it. We've seen the woman who came forward and said that the blasting broke her window in her house and the village denied it. So is there going to be like some sort of inspection before the blasting happens? And then what guarantee can we actually give the residents that this blasting will not affect their foundation, well, house, windows?
Do you want to have
Yeah, Chris, if you can address it, I mean, again, I believe it's regulated by statute. So whoever's doing the blasting has to follow a certain set of guidelines, has to provide surety, whatever the case may be, and proper level of insurance to handle that thing. And there's procedure that's laid out in statute for that. I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly what that is because I didn't write the statutes. But I would guess that whomever did was very experienced in that type of business.
Well, it
Chris,
didn't
you
cover
could
that,
add
a
to that.
different resident who had windows that were broken because of blasting.
Yeah, I mean, I
What
don't,
would be different this time around?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the argument was that it didn't occur because of the blasting and it was found that that was the case, or I don't know that. Again, I don't know, I don't know what circumstances are surrounding that. They videotape, as I understand it, they videotape the properties within a certain range. But other than that, I don't know, maybe you could.
Well, I'll just add, so Chris Hitch, both infrastructure and environment. I'm a civil engineer. representing this project. So the Village of Germantown has a temporary blasting permit that would be issued, that is issued by the Director of Public Works. That requires a certificate of insurance to be issued to the Village Police Department, the Village Fire Department, showing that the insurance coverage exists. There's a notice of blasting that is posted and furnished to the Village Police Department, Village Fire Department. So that's sort of village protocol. That's pulled from Village Ordinance 12-97. So there is an ordinance on file for the Village of Germantown that addresses protocol for blasting. That ordinance rolls up into State of Wisconsin Administrative Code. The Administrative Code section SPS 305.20. That speaks to professional licensing for people who perform blasting services. And there are different classifications of licenses that can be held. So a blaster, someone who holds that credential in the state of Wisconsin, they have different degrees of maybe how qualified they are. And for the type of work, there's 6 different classifications. They're spelled out pretty clearly on this is what the work would involve. This is how this applies. And a person with this credential, with this license, must have this many hours of professional service performing this kind of work, and it sort of stacks on itself. In addition to that, I would just add that there's a reference in the permitting through the village that the Director of Public Works has the ability to impose additional restrictions on the work as they deem necessary. And there is also a very clear definition of penalty and how the village would enforce a person violating any provision of the permitting. And that's in section 2504 of the village ordinance. So to Ken's point, it's highly regulated. And there are some of the citations for exactly how that's regulated at the village level in the state of Wisconsin.
So who currently owns the land that this is
The
proposed?
Morhuse and family.
The
So
what?
The co-applicant.
Morhuse and Family Trust, I'm not sure
Let's read the
exact
name correctly.
legal name of it, but, yeah.
Morhuse and Family Farm LLC.
Yeah, so I looked that up and then it brought me to a different LLC as the registered owners of that LLC. And then I looked up the other LLC and then it brought me to an attorney in downtown Milwaukee.
Two sisters and I think he's a grandchild or something of something else. So there are 3 family members that own it.
Okay.
That's who I bought it from.
Why couldn't we just put, like a couple other people have suggested, and just make these 4-acre lots, 3-acre lots, and put huge $900,000 $1 million homes on them because they sell like hotcakes here?
It doesn't work. It simply doesn't work. You could almost give the land away. I mean, the numbers don't work. Just the infrastructure cost alone on this site is.
So
very
if something has to be pushed through, I think the only medium here would be to get rid of the roadhouses and put in at least side-by-sides and replace the row housing, because that's what they're number one opposed to.
I don't disagree necessarily with what all the comments, but what the village has laid out in the 2050 plan is a framework for the property.
But we don't
And
go by
that's-
2050 plan, like it's a suggestion, but it doesn't need to be followed step by step. I'm going to say I am support of all of you guys here. I'm not voting for it. I think you guys deserve a better life in Germantown, and I can see how concerned you are, and I back you.
Further discussions.
So I appreciate all of that, but I would also ask that the board considers the Morhuse and family and their right to get highest and best use for their property. They have been here for probably, I'm going out on a limb and guessing, probably longer than anybody in this room. Okay, they have a right to highest and best use for their property.
Further discussion from the trustees. Thank you. Further discussion from the trustees. Trustee Borst.
Yep, I wanted to also say that my position on this is a no, out of respect to all the residents who took the time to attend this meeting, to express their concerns. Although there's some components of this development that I do like, such as the single-family homes and the common areas, I'm not a fan of other elements like the row homes, the small lot sizes, and the potential impacts to infrastructure. I listened to dozens of residents voice their opinion on the June 9th Plan Commission meeting as well, and was impressed with your measure that you weren't asking to stop development outright, but instead wanting to be heard and wanting concerns addressed. I'm not convinced that we as a board have given our residents a platform or have had the developers come to the table and negotiate even more. I agree with President Soderberg's sentiment that we want smart growth, but based on the feedbacks of all of the residents that I've heard, I'm not convinced that we should be moving forward with this and that it would be a win for all of us. So again, I'll be voting no as well tonight.
Further discussion. Trustee Rick Miller.
All right, I'm probably the most relatable person here for this subdivision. Why is that? I have Renwood North right next to my property. Renwood North has 100 homes, potentially. I mean, it's not there yet, but they're building right now. They had to blast for well over 5 months, twice a day, and right next to my property. I have had no issues, I'll tell you that, not one. And they're blasting 100 feet away from my mound system. So I hope that gives you a little bit of safety about this whole thing. That doesn't mean that it won't happen, but I'm just telling you that blasting is fairly safe. I had to blast my basement in, to be honest with you. There's a vein of bedrock that goes from Fireman's Park all the way past my house and almost west or east to Country Air. So everything there is bedrock. Subdivisions are always contentious. We've had people get on the board, Jan Miller, because of subdivision density on this. And I think that, you know, as much as you can do, the traffic studies, the blasting, everything is controlled. The one thing that I have a concern with is the density. I mean, I think this property is laid out nice. It's got a buffer all the way around it. I'm just not sure about the density, RS7. Now, before you say anything, Renwood North, when I bought my property, that was already zoned. It was zoned RS4, so I knew it was coming. All right, and I got 20 plus years by myself in exclusion out there, but now I don't. I have 11 yards next to me because it went to RS5. I was supposed to have 7. But they made it work with RS5. They made it work with 1/3 acre. And I would like to see less density here if that's possible. They made it work. Now, I'll tell you, the houses, when you're talking about $1 million houses with 4-acre lots, no, not even close. There's $1 million houses next to me on 30-acre lots. And they start at about 600. So that's not going to happen. You'd have to build Taj Mahals in order to make it work. In that, you know, these are going to go for $500,000, 600,000, I'm guessing, to start, maybe even more, because that's what I'm seeing next to me. And these are, you know, these are 2,200 square foot homes. It's just, that's where the market is right now. I'm just not sure about the density yet, and I'm not sure how I'm going to vote.
So one of the things we tried to do, okay, is what I've referred to in the past as cluster type developments, okay? So we're creating open space with a denser product, but a lot of green space. So alternatively, if you want large lots, then strip all the green space out and make it all big lots. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to give that big combined consolidated green space to the site and still make the site work. So the density is, I mean, we believe the density is considerably lower than what you guys have laid out as what you want for the site. Not we believe, we know. I mean, that's what the math tells you. And the idea was, again, create green space, right? Create open spaces, the 10 acres of wooded area, the larger detention basins, the park areas. So try to consolidate that green space into something more usable. But the other side of that is tighter lots, right? Joe, if you need to speak, go ahead. If you want to talk more to that, you're welcome to do that.
I can, and I will. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. About 15 years ago, I was involved in a development in Germantown, Prairie Meadows out on Wazaki Road. And it was a very similar concept to this, where we took a look at the site, set aside as much area as green space as we could to be able to reduce the lots. I think it was the first one in this community where we did that, so that we were allowed, what we did was we reduced the infrastructure. So we reduced blasting potential. We reduced the amount of street by increasing the amount of open space. So even though the lots are a little smaller, there's an additional open space that is also part of the community, creates buffers as well. The other thing that we did in the design, to be really careful about how we feathered the density to the north. So our flagship homes are about 12,500 square feet on the small end, up to around 16,000 square feet on the big end, are up towards the north end, which is where the unsewered 10-acre lots are to the north. And then we increased the density as we went south, closer to County Line Road. But we also created a lot of green space all the way around, so that we could essentially buffer the neighborhood from the busy streets, and buffer the density from the neighboring, even Menominee Falls to the south, and the larger unsewered home sites to the west. We were also really careful about the Willow Creek Business Plan neighborhood, which is immediately northwest of, or northeast of us, I'm sorry. And then also the thank you very much, the substation. So we created a buffer along that end too. And what we really tried to do was create a neighborhood that kind of knit together with the existing area. The Walmarts up to the northeast, the big box retailers are just at 41 in Appleton Road, just to the east of us as well.
Further discussion, Trustee Cutts.
I have problems with the density also. My question though, part of what you guys are asking for in this RS7 and RM2 is to change to be able to build bigger houses than what's currently allowed on those sizes. And we are talking about, and Tracy Cross study and all these things about affordable housing, especially for young families, young people starting out. And this doesn't answer that. To me, I think in the front where your row houses are and stuff, you could do smaller lots, you could do a smaller house. Then you have everything from your starter back up to your huge houses in the back. And I think that would bring some affordable housing in, and you'd have your transition.
The big expense here is driven by site development. So anything that decreases density is going to drive the lot cost up. So, I mean, it's just it's math, right? I mean, how many lots can you put in on a lineal footage of street? And if you reduce the density, the price has got to go up. There's no way around that, really. I mean, at least not that I found.
The big change though from what we currently have, where you have a lot of house on a little bitty lot.
We would love to be in a price point less than where we are at. And you know what? It may come down, right? I mean, we're early in this process. When it starts getting bid out, we start getting into final engineering, it's possible that the infrastructure costs may come down. The vertical costs aren't going to change. We know what those are. We know what the brick and mortar is, unless the market on supplies goes up, which is probably going to happen, which already has happened. We know what those numbers are. What we don't know is we don't know the exact cost for the infrastructure, right? Because we're working through that process right now, what we need to do, what's going to be required of us. how much of the rock we have to deal with. It's private lift station stuff that's out there. So that's really the number that's floating here, right? So again, density is the number one driver of that number. I mean, you know, if that number's say $40,000 a lot and you drop 5 lots, that means everything else went up by that amount of money. So, again, I would love to be able to see those price points come down too. Trust me, we understand the affordable, housing demand that's out there. We just understand the demand for housing, the shortage of housing. We're trying to address that here. We're trying to give Germantown a variety of product, a variety of price points, so that you can meet the needs of the people that work in your community.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Jordan. In your presentation, you said the taxes would be $662,000 annually, and 2.3 million would be for impact fees. The impact fee is one time. And this example that you have on here, I want to qualify it. Is this the entire build of 273 units?
Correct, yes.
Okay, but the reality is your proposal would be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how long will it take you to get to phase 4?
Well, it depends on the market, but we would like to we would like to go through this thing in probably 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah, okay,
But
and
it's purely driven by market, right? So how quickly can we sell them?
so one of the things that is not on here is there was a discussion at the Plan Commission meeting about rentals. And they were really nervous about your conversations kind of on the side about 15% rentals. If you can't sell it, we rent it. Is that correct?
We generally do everything on pre-sales. So if it's not sold, we don't build it. Now, the multifamily units, if we only have 3 units that are sold in the building, we obviously have to build the whole building. So on the multifamily units, there may be, a unit or 2 units that are unsold that would be spec. But for generally our business model is pre-sales. We don't do a lot of spec houses. And there's a reason, right? Because we don't want to have 10 spec houses and the market tanks, right? We don't want to invest the money in that, and then we'd rather just have a lot.
Are you one of those builders when you say spec home that let's say, I don't know what the number was, but those row houses that are closest to the county line road, if there are 4 units, so what you're saying is you have to bring in 4 buyers before you even build it?
No, we may not. Generally, I would say probably two pre-sales before we would build the building. It's a business decision at the time, where our inventory is, where we think the market's going, risk assessment, things of that nature. But no, that's not the case. We wouldn't. I can envision us saying, okay, we have 2 sales in this building, we're going to build the building, and then we'll have 2 spec units if it's a 4-unit building.
Okay, so the Village of Germantown is not going to get $662,000 annually in taxes the first year this starts building. I want to make that clear to the board. And then one of the other things the Plan Commission brought up was Commissioner Hank said, according to our ordinance, you need a 30-foot perimeter, a 30-foot setback Thank you. Thank you. Around by every perimeter. And that meant not just not just four perimeters or whatever you got there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of the L. You have those cutout, the people that are here that own those properties that are not part of the Mo Hewson, I don't know if I said that right, LLC. So her point was, and please correct me, it was supposed to be 30 feet around that as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to see, but since that meeting, they actually did submit, I believe this is a revised plan, if it's June 23rd, so it does include the 30-foot buffer around the entire perimeter.
30-foot dimension for this green piece around there.
You mean up on the north end, that's 30 feet?
Yes,
That
according
looks-
to their revised submittal.
That's real tight. It's outside of the lot boundary, correct?
Yes.
30 feet?
You mean the neighboring lots boundary or?
Yes, the neighbor, the blue line.
Yeah, it's the perimeter of the
It's
development.
the bright green, yellow from that point to the blue line.
Yeah, there's, on this side, there's a 35-foot buffer. There's a 30-foot buffer along here, 30-foot buffer, 30-foot buffer, 30-foot buffer, and then we have about a half-acre park on the south. So not only did we use a 30-foot buffer, but we expanded it where we could.
Way north, yeah.
Yes, also a 30-foot buffer.
Uh-huh. And where is the private drive? You said there was some sort of private drive.
The private drive, there's only one private drive, well, actually two. There's one here that serves, essentially serves the driveways of what we wanted to do was create a design for a townhouse that didn't have a lot of garages forward, particularly along the south end, because we were concerned about the aesthetics along County Line Road. So we created a private drive here and a private drive here,
So these are HOA.
like the garages and the driveways.
So those units are in an HOA?
Yes.
They have to maintain their own driveways or roads.
Yes.
Okay, you said some of the units are on water sewer,
They're all on water and sewer.
every single one of them.
Yes.
Where's the private well?
It's a,
Yes, mine's right there in the corner.
are you talking on our project?
Yeah,
It's all on water. There's a proposed private low pressure pump station down in this corner to pick up.
Sanitary sewer.
Sanitary, yes, not well, it's for sanitary sewer. It picks up, I
is that a
think,
lift
68,
station?
68 units, I believe.
Yes.
And then pushes it back up to gravity to the main sewer line.
So it's a lift station?
Essentially, yeah, small one.
Is that the area where a well would go? Where's a acre that,
Okay, this full site would be somewhere up in, let's say,
It's
oh, I'm sorry, yeah, it's laid out up there.
Excuse me, our lot right here, our driveway is 12 foot off the lot.
Okay, please, we're having a presentation here. Thank you.
so for me, I have listened to all my constituents here and those that are across the street in Menominee Falls. And they said, and I've been through this area, County Line Road is a highway. It's fast. You're putting 2 exits there and 1 on Landon Road. And I just cross my fingers and go around there. I can't see adding 273 cars, plus everybody has 2 probably. It's got to be about 400 cars in that little space. I think it's way too dense. I think you could do better. If you want to be a good neighbor, then I think you need to listen to these people. But as this stands right now, I cannot support it. I won't. Thank you.
Further discussion? Trustee Baum.
Will support it. This is transitional property. The farm field on the upper right-hand corner is slated to go some type of industrial. You talk about wanting 1 acre lots with McMansions on it. Those aren't going to sell with an industrial property right next to it. I had a online discussion with somebody about putting some tall arborvitaes behind their house to hide the power station. When I was over there, that power station is visible from God knows how far away with how many trees on it. That type of housing is not going to sell behind Walmart. I think this is a suitable transition property to get from a 10-acre forest to an industrial building. I think it's the right way to go, and I'll support it.
Trustee Kaminsky.
I tend to agree. It's never fun to be a developer in this environment today, and it's not fun to be residents near a new development. I think we see this all the time in my 14 years on the village board. Anytime a major development comes up, there's controversy over it. There was controversy over, I believe it's Renwood. Is that the one on Country Air? When townhouses were scheduled to be put in at Mequon Road as a buffer to the expensive homes. And there was a rather uproar about that too. Now you don't hear anything. They're beautiful townhomes. They're back far enough as yours are from the road, and they're sold. I mean, people really want that type of housing. They want the villas, they want the side-by-side. Nobody wants the yard work anymore. Nobody wants the acre lot anymore, much less can you afford to build it. And I think that is often lost, as it is in our discussion of the center of Germantown, that if you don't have some multifamily, you can't afford to develop. That's today. It was not 20 years ago. I've been living in Germantown for almost 30 years now. And I'm on 8 acres. And I paid a pittance for it compared to what we're talking about here. You can't do that anymore. Times have changed so dramatically that for any developer to come in and develop a site like this, if you don't have some form of multifamily, it's never going to happen. So then you have the dilemma of, what about these people who have a right to sell their land? Nobody's going to farm this anymore. You know, they're not going to farm this anymore. You can't make money farming that. That land is way too valuable.
Okay, please. Thank you.
They have a right to sell their land. This is America. You can sell your land. And I do support this because I can understand. How many renditions of this have you had now? What number of units did you start out with?
I don't recall, but it was
More
quite a number.
More recently, it was closer to 300. I can't remember a few years ago, but.
Okay, so we've been working this down through the Plan Commission, which has the first vetting process before it gets over here. I mean, I know that this has been going on for well over a year, as you continue to invest money in this. And I think if we answer the questions, like the blasting is insured, it's not going to hurt anyone. The reality is, these residents don't want this development near their homes. I get that. I wouldn't want this near my home either, but we're sitting on this board saying what's right for the entire village. We can't just tell every developer to step away because they have multifamily. That's not the reality we live in unless we want to die on the vine. And I do support this, and I agree with Trustee Baum. I mean, I think it's well laid out. It's got good buffers, and we can't just stop development. We can't.
Thank you. Further comments? I'll just say a couple things. When I was running for village president, I supported this development, and I continue to support this development because I think it is part of smart growth. I wish folks would have, for those that were at the special plan commission meeting, that we had a couple weeks ago. We learned a lot, not only about the Village Center project, but I was tying in the Village Center to the Sutton Farm project, to a potential Blackstone Creek project. They all fit together. And what we learned from subject matter experts, from the realtors, from our local community, we learned from retail folks, we learned from commercial and developers about opportunities in our village. We also learned that we are an aging community. The age is going up. We heard from the Germantown School District's consultant, the Rofer report, and the impact housing will have on future, or on their schools. We learned that from a member of the Plan Commission, Russ Ewert, the president of the school board, this development will have no impact on the school district. Village Center will have no impact on the school district. So I want to continue to move forward. I just want to read an email I got from a constituent, which I shared with my colleagues on the board. It was specific to the Village Center, but I want to pull bits and pieces out of it. I attended the special planning meeting and thought it was extremely helpful and informational. To begin, I was opposed to the proposed multifamily housing near the Village Center, vehemently opposed. However, after listening to the impact on the Germantown School District and the impact to the neighborhood, I am no longer vehemently opposed. Then it goes on to say, I understand the complexities of an aging neighborhood and that Germantown must look forward and be forward-thinking. I applaud you and the board for helping to make Germantown a great place to live, work, and play. That was specific to the Village Center, but it's also for Sutton Farms and possibly other developments that we have. I support this. Trustee Jan Miller, I agree with you on the year-over-year tax revenue. We're not there yet. It's going to be, what'd you say, 4 or 5 years? You want to get it done sooner than later. I get that. Likewise for the impact fees. I get that. But we need this development. I support it. It's going to bring families to our community that hopefully can drive retail along county line in those empty storefronts that we have. We don't know. I'm just speculating, of course, when I say that. I have no concern with the traffic flow. If there's issues relative to speeding, we will fix that tomorrow. We will cross that bridge. We'll get it done. So I support this. So further comments, discussion. Jan Miller.
This group came to the village and the Plan Commission in maybe March, and they said their price point was going to be around $350 to $550. And now there was a price increase when you went to the Plan Commission, and the starting price for these townhomes is a lot higher. And Commissioner Bob Williams said, well, there's a 25 to 47%, don't quote me, increase in the cost of your homes. So how is this an entry level? It's not an entry level. The base price, the average price for a home in Germantown is somewhere in the neighborhood of $450. That's the reality. The median age in Germantown is 40-something. It is not 60. We have older people, but that's not the aggregate average. So I think that we need to reassess and re-look at the 2050 plan and get the facts before we start jumping into something that looks like it should be in Chicago or Milwaukee or something like that. And we are trying to be a good neighbor. I hear that from a lot of the board members, and we listen to the residents. They begged you to listen, and listening is the hardest thing to do. And if you don't listen and say, you gotta go back, redesign it, we'll hold the spot for you, but it has to be a win-win situation because they're paying my salary and they're paying your salary. So you're going to vote for a bunch of stuff that won't get built for minimum 5 years, and I'll bet on it. And then you're gonna, and then, there's the blasting and blah, blah, blah. I think that this needs to be thought about. It needs to go back to somebody like the Utility Advisory Committee and find out what they're going to do with the blasting and all the waterworks before you put anything in there. Blasting is not a joke. It's not. It's not easy to do. It's highly regulated. You got to be out there and you could get fined. And not only that, what have you provided? We've done this before. You weren't here, Bob. I wasn't here, but a lot of people sat here and heard about what happened at Miracle Homes. I bet Trustee Kamensky remembers. Miracle Homes. They blasted and blasted, and they ruined some homes. They ruined wells. It happens. And these people are across the street. They're not 3 miles away. But even if you're a half mile away, maybe you could get hurt. So I would ask you to reconsider, because this is not, if we have townhomes in there, it is not going to be the solution to fill the Amy Bell School if that's what you think it's going to do. It's going to be homes with families. So you've got to get to phase 2 or phase 3 or phase 4 before you're going to be able to populate Amy Bell. And you can't do it for tax reasons, and you can't do it for populating schools. I think that's the wrong attitude. So.
Further discussion? Saying none, all those in favor, please say.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Could I clarify something from
Sure.
earlier? I just want to clarify, there's 3 approval documents. So you can decide if you want to do them all in one motion.
We'll
or
do them
not.
all in one motion.
Okay, there's a resolution and an ordinance rezoning into the PDD, and then a resolution approving the preliminary plat.
Yeah, similar to what we just did. We'll do it all in one motion, so.
There's a resolution creating the planned development district and an ordinance rezoning the property into that PDD, and then a resolution approving the preliminary plat. So I think it would probably be good just to clarify that.
Did we just do that?
The original motion was motion by trustee Baum to approve with associated conditions.
Right. But my notes reflect that your motion, trustee Baum, and obviously you can correct me if I am incorrect, was that it was to approve the PDD, which I took to mean both of the 2 PDD related items and also the plat. And so it would
With
cover
all
all 3.
associated
Correct.
stuff. Yes.
Right.
That was the intent.
Okay, great. Jordan, can you explain to the group here on development agreement? If this gets approved tonight, you'll be working with the applicant in terms of the development agreement. What's included in that?
A number of things, everything from blasting, utilities, roadway construction, landscaping per se, additional factors, but typically, or that is approved or reviewed by the Public Works and Highway Committee and ultimately the village board. So you'll see in a lot of the conditions, which you've probably seen in the past, things referred to as, preliminary plat approved contingent upon development agreement prior to recording of the plat, or et cetera, like that. There's a lot of redundancy in the conditions, but the development agreement would be one of the next steps, along with ultimately the construction plans and then getting to final plat approval for phasing, pending what their ultimate phasing schedule is.
And we can add additional items to that as needed.
Under the development agreement? Yes, the committees could and ultimately the village board.
Great, thank you. All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we've finished discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Can you hold hands up, please?
Selectmen. Aye.
Aye.
Soderberg. All those opposed? 2, 3, 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item C, Village of Germantown Community Development Department proposed ordinance to approve zoning code text amendments under section 17 of the Village of Germantown Municipal Code.
President Soderberg, could we take 3 minutes for a break?
Sure. We'll take a break. 3-minute break. Okay, trustees, we're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, we're going to get going. We're now on to item C, Village of Germantown Community Development Department proposed ordinance to approve zoning code text amendments under section 17 of the Village of Germantown Municipal Code. Jeff.
Make a motion to approve all 5 items on that one.
Second.
Discussion. Say none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries.
Did you get the motion in the second? Who did them? Okay.
Thank you, trustee Baum and trustee Warren.
You are welcome.
Application for, we're on to item D, application for appointment of successor agent Aldi, N96W18838 County Line Road, agent for consideration, Zachary Moyer.
Up,
I
point of
make a-
order. I thought that we were not going to have something on a meeting like an hour before and then have it come to the village board and vote on it.
Yes, we generally try to do that. This is a case where the Aldi store, the individual who's named on their liquor license so that they can sell alcohol at Aldi's, that name changed. It was submitted to the village clerk's office. It was at the first possible opportunity taken to the Public Safety Committee meeting. The board would not have to act on it, but it is time sensitive. If the board were to postpone this for another meeting, they would not have a valid agent listed on their license to sell alcohol. And that's the similar type of thing for E and F. And I have talked to the village clerk about how we might be able to change the processes. Maybe not all of these have to go to the village board. Some of them by state statute do, but there are in these types of things oftentimes they're time sensitive for the resident or the business that's trying to get these approvals made.
And trustee Miller, I agree 100% with you. I'm a firm believer in providing adequate time so that the trustees can develop their own opinions and thoughts and questions. I agree. But because of what Mr. Krecklow mentioned, this is time sensitive. This was vetted at the Public Safety Commission or Committee.
Right, but I don't think the 816 for an outdoor temporary thing needs to be done. You're on D.
Okay, we're on item D.
The door is locked and that's a violation of open meetings. And I couldn't get in. So somebody may want to fix that.
Thank you. I agree.
I happen to do it.
Not on this one yet.
No, we don't.
No, I did.
Entertain a motion on item D.
Full of item D as presented.
We have discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Item E, 2025-2026 alcohol beverage license application for Yaz Golf LLC.
Motion to approve new business item E is presented.
Second.
Discussion.
Meg.
We have discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Item F, temporary outdoor entertainment permit application, Budsum's Pub and Grill for August 16th, 2025 and August 23rd,
Motion to approve.
2025.
Motion to approve new business item F as presented.
Second.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Baum.
Discussion?
Did they have any outstanding issues? Okay,
We asked that at Public Safety.
all right. Thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Now on to item G, presentation of the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Audit Results Report by Baker Tilly.
All right, we have our representative from Baker Tilly here this evening, and Amanda, I'll let you introduce yourself, and we're pulling the presentation up.
You have to turn the mic on.
Keep going. Try again.
Oh,
So the red has to be off. All right, well, thank you. I'm sad everyone left for my presentation, but I'll try to keep this brief for you. My name's Amanda Blomberg, with Managing Director with Baker Tilly. I review the audited financial statements, and we're just going to go over a few of the highlights because it's a very long document, and here's what we think is important in there. And I'll try to be brief. So we do have it up on the screen there. So if we want to just turn to the next page and look at the graph there, this is the fund balance of the general fund, which is the main operating fund. We look at this from year to year to see how it's doing. It's broken into these different categories that you see on this graph here. The totals at the top, and then it's broken into the unassigned, assigned, and then there's some non-spendable there. This is basically an order of liquidity. So there's the non-spendable is basically tied up in like long-term receivables, delinquent taxes and that kind of thing. That can't just be liquidated at any time, but it is an asset and feeds into that fund balance. The assigned and the unassigned are both pretty liquid. Assigned has been kind of, designated for a specific purpose. One component of this is always the payment in lieu of tax that comes from the water utility. That's about $650,000 of this total for 2024, which is the total is the 805 on that blue line. And then the rest of that has been designated for, I think it's room tax revenue that's designated for tourism activities. Both of those are kind of under the control of the village board, and you can kind of decide what you want to do with that. The pilot is intended to be used for the next subsequent year budget. And then finally, the unassigned portion is really the rest of the fund balance that's available to be used to essentially pay the bills as of the end of the year. So interestingly, if you look at the little table that kind of goes in the center of this page, it's the summarized income statement. And you'll see that the actual change in fund balance was a decrease of $364,000. The budget had planned on a decrease of $262,000, so it came in a little under that. But what's interesting up in the graph is that the unassigned amount actually went up even with this decrease because of the decreases in the other categories. So, that decrease didn't really have a big effect on, what we consider to be the, spendable parts of your fund balance. If we go to the next page, this is looking at a trend of the fund balance over the course of the last 5 years. So how much of that assigned and unassigned total that we saw on the previous page, what is that as a percentage of your subsequent year's budgeted expenditures? And you'll see how this trend the red line represents the percentages or that ratio, and it has really come down in the last 5 years. The village has a policy where we want this, or there's a goal to get this ratio down into the 16 to 25% range. And so that actually got into that range, with these decreases over the last few years. Basically, there was an intentional spend down. There was a transfer out of the general fund to kind of bring this down to pay for some of the capital projects that occurred last year. Any questions on the fund balance? Mm-hmm.
So this is the low. So this is the lowest it's been in 5 years. It is dramatic. And what can we do to keep it in this in this range, the 16 to 25%?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what we have written, and that's our goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a product of budgeting and seeing, how that, how you do compared to that budget. Most of the time you're trying to budget a pretty balanced budget. Revenues equal expenditures. If those revenues exceed or your expenditures are below your budget, then you're going to build fund balance. And so what you want to do is be able to take a look at that and say, well, what do we want to do with that? Do we want to go fund some capital projects, one-time things? That's generally what we see happening, because you don't want to fund annual costs with an excess, because you won't always have that excess. So you want to make sure that you're funding your annual operating costs with a renewable revenue source. So capital projects is usually what we see.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next page and we'll talk a little bit about debt. The village has a general obligation debt outstanding. It's secured by the tax levy, and there's statutory limitations as to how much GO debt can be outstanding, and that equals 5% of your equalized value. So as we look at this chart, you'll see the black line equals that limitation. So you see that goes up over time because the equalized value goes up over time. The red line represents the amount of debt outstanding over the last 5 years in comparison to that limitation. At the end of 24, you were at about 41% of your debt limitation. So the total debt outstanding was just under $85 million. And that is made up of some village owed GO debt, as well as some utility owed GO debt. A lot of that village amount is actually being paid by the TIF districts. So I always like to mention that because it looks like a pretty big number, but it's actually about just under 30 million of that total. So about 40% of that is actually planned to be paid back by the TIFs. So that leaves only about, and the utilities pay for themselves generally. So that leaves about $44 million left that is actually being paid by the tax levy. So I think that's important to note as you look at that. So 41% is pretty low, and actually very low for a really growing and developing community like yourself. And so a lot of communities that we see that have really active TIF districts issue a lot of debt for those districts are a lot higher percentage. And we've been told that if you're at 50% or under, you're looking pretty good. You haven't been overextending your debt limitation. So, I mean, no issues there. They all left. That's what I said. All right. If we go to the next page, this is looking at the debt service, the principal and interest that has been paid over the last 5 years in comparison to your annual expenditures. So again, another ratio here, and 20% is a pretty good place to sit at. And then, so we see most of those percentages happening or, occurring, between 15 to 25% over the last 5 years. So kind of hovering right around that 20% mark. And just remember also too, that a lot of the principal and interest getting paid is getting funded by those TIF districts as well. So it was almost $2 million of the total principal and interest. So about 28% of the total paid for the year was actually funded by the TIFs. So you take that out of the equation and that percentage comes a lot down a lot further. Any questions on the debt? All right. Let's go to the utilities. So we'll look at the operating results of the water utility first. We'll see that the expenses are in the black line and the revenues in the blue. So generally, we want to see an operating income because we want to be able to, sustain, the payment for new plant, operating cost, depreciation, and that kind of thing. So in 2024, there was actually about a $400,000 operating loss. Most of that was really due to a decrease in the revenue. So if you don't have as much water getting sold, you don't make as much revenues. And then the expenses you see have kind of been creeping up over the years. There was a lot of maintenance done on wells and the transmission mains during the last year. So that is a big explanation for that increase. So the key here is really to try to keep up with those expenses as they're going up over time and making sure that you're generating enough revenue with the water consumption.
I got a quick question specific to the revenue, the $400,000 gap year over year. Did you do some data mining to determine where that is coming from?
Matt might be able to say more about that.
We heard in public comments, 3 hours ago, from the new finance person of the Utility Commission that he's concerned about that.
Yep.
And he attributed it to the Village of Richfield, so.
I wouldn't do that. So if you look at 2022 and 2023, if you were to take a look at all of the accounts, that are on our water utility, Gales was on our water during those 2 years. And in any given quarter, if they're on our water, they generate roughly $250,000 worth of revenue. For the quarters that they're not on our water, it's about 7,000. So since the beginning of 2023, Gales has not used much water, which is where we see those big decreases in the water revenue. For folks who've been on the board for a while, that was one of the issues we had with the PSC when determining our rates is, those rates swing wildly depending on if Gales is on our water or not. And they haven't been on our water since 2013 or in any significant capacity.
Deficit, even though we have higher rates now, charging more for water.
Correct.
And even though we're doing that, we still have this deficit,
Correct.
which isn't a good trend.
No.
Correct.
If I could just kind of expand on that just a little bit. This was an issue. We spent a lot of time when we were going back and adjusting the rates a few years ago with the PSC on this issue. And the PSC, we're kind of a relatively unique water utility when it comes to our rates and our finances, because we have one user that is periodically on our system and periodically not. When they are on our system, they use up a significant amount of our capacity. They will, when they're fully on our system, an entire well's worth of production is utilized to provide them with the water that they need. And we are required under PSC regulations to maintain that capacity so that they can come on whenever they need to. They're not required to stay on. They can come on and off however they would like. So when the PSC adjusted the rates, they kind of took the middle ground, where if they're on, they didn't want to set them too high so that if this one company would stay on, that we would have too high a rate of return, but they wanted to set them high enough so that they're off, we wouldn't have too low of a return. So this may be something that we see in the future, a little bit of a swinging up and down depending upon whether they're on or whether they're off during that time period.
Oh, so we have to maintain that capacity, not knowing when Gales is coming on. We have to have.
Correct.
capacity
We're
there.
required to maintain enough capacity that they can come on whenever they want to or whenever they need to.
A lot of infrastructure to support.
It is.
Trustee Pieper?
Thank you. Yeah, is there a number missing in front of 2024's year-end balance?
No.
So the year-end balance in 2023 was 6.9 million.
Correct. So what you're seeing there for the difference in 2023 and in 2024 is all the projects that were taking place in TID 8 were completed, or all the projects that were completed were partially paid for by the water utility. So the way the financing goes for those TID projects is we charge all the expenses to the tax increment district. And once that project is complete, we then allocate those costs out to the water utility, to the sewer utility, for the DPW, for the capital budget. So that's why you see that large decrease in from
What do we do
23
with
to
the $6
24.
million then, from one year to the next?
It was spent on the TID projects.
Which, do you know which, like?
Large majority was in TID 8, so the booster station, the well, the tower. There might have been some other ones in there as well.
This year's budget season is going to be nasty.
If I can just expand on that a little bit as well, and Matthew's doing a good job, but I've been around here a little for the more of the history of it. So that was anticipated when the TID 8 project plan was adopted in 2018. It split the costs for the well, the water tower and the booster station. The TID paid for a portion of it and the water utility paid for the balance, just for ease of accounting and keeping things straight. When the invoices came in, they were initially paid for out of today, and then when the project was done, those expenses were then allocated appropriately. So this was part of the plan as we went through, and when, for example, when Ehlers has been presenting the financial forecasts, these were things that were all taken into account as those processes have gone on.
Continue. You can continue. Thank you. Yes, trustee Miller.
Thanks. So to build on trustee Peeper's question, in 22 and 23, you had big chunks. Did both of those go to date?
So that is just a running balance. So it's essentially the cash balance that is unrestricted at that time. So the cash balance was building up during those years.
Okay.
And it really coincides with what you see on the chart above where we had a good operating income, right? So then we were able to build up those reserves to then use for the capital work.
Okay, thank you. You can continue.
All right. Yes, so, getting into those unrestricted reserves, like I said, that's a cash balance spent on capital. We're looking to, we compare that to what you collect in your revenue and your billings from over the course of a year. So you have about 3 months of revenue on hand at the end of 24. So the key here is to try to start building that back up so that you have, you're generating your operating income with your rates. And you're going to, goal is to build that up probably to about a half a year, 6 to 9 months probably. I mean, it was in 22 and 23, it was at 16 months and 22 months. So that was quite high. If we go down to the debt coverage section, revenue bonds that the water utility owes do have some covenants in them, and one is debt coverage. So basically, the utility needs to generate enough income, and this takes depreciation out of the calculation. So that's why we're still at a positive here, even though we had like a negative operating income. Depreciation is a non-cash expense that factors into your expenses of above, but not into your debt coverage. So the requirement is that the utility generates enough revenue, net revenues, to cover at least 125% of the debt that will be owed. And the actual ended up almost 2 times that at about 2.4 or 240%. The final little graph at the bottom there is just the investment in capital. This just shows us how much of the total utility plant that the water utility has. So think of pumps, station, transmission mains, boosters, that kind of thing. All of those, what is funding that? Is it funded by your equity, or do you have debt outstanding on it? And debt was only accounts for 17% of that total. A goal of 50-50 is perfectly fine. You're way above that in this case. So the plant of the utility is highly leveraged by its equity. If we go to the next page, we'll go through some of the same items related to the sewer utility. In here, we also had an operating loss. We see the blue line, the revenue has been going up from year to year, but the expenses really took a jump with the MMSD charges for the year. So that ended up in a $541,000 loss. Operating loss, that is. So that's reflected here. Again, because we had decreased consumption in the water utility, that means we have decreased treatment for the sewer utility. So that's going to be a little bit, that's going to drive some of that revenue as well. So even though the revenue, continued to go up, it probably wasn't as high as it would have been had you generated the water utility revenue.
So is The MMSD increase, is this every year, Steve? And do we get a warning where we could like budget ahead of time? They let us know or give us an idea?
This, they do have an increase every year. This past year was much larger than it normally is. And I can't tonight speak to detail on that. But it was the amount of the increase that we saw into 2024 was unexpected. And it is something, I know there was a suggestion that we go through this in more detail with the Utility Advisory Committee, and we're working on scheduling that. And I think would be a good place to get into the weeds on that a little bit more. I know our sewer superintendent goes to the technical advisory team meetings at MMSD, and he can get into the weeds on that.
Just so we can budget for it somehow.
Yeah, they have been, and I also know from my experiences a couple of decades back at MMSD, they are sensitive to that, to the impact they have on communities, and they do try to avoid that. And like I said, I can't tonight tell you exactly what the causes were of that increase in our fees. Sometimes it's things like shifts in equalized value between communities. That could be that gets into a factor. There's a lot of wheels that are in motion there.
Thank you.
Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, so question, this is just operating expenses, no capital expenditures?
Correct.
Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, the majority of sewer costs are payments to MMSD.
Yeah, more than half of the operating expenses are the payment to the quarterly payments to MMSD.
But you also mentioned this is direct correlation with the water usage. And
Well,
that's
yeah, the
part of
revenue kind of flows the same, would have the same pattern.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a stupid question, but did we knock on their door to find out why they haven't used our water? Is it because of a change in production, that type of thing?
Yeah, they have their own well, and we do talk with them. We had a variety of topics. They're one of our major employers and all that. We have conversations with them several times a year, but they do have their own well. It's been historically, they've had issues on and off with both their equipment and the water quality issues. During 2022 and 2023, they were making some major renovations to the wells, and for a large period of time, they were completely on village water, kind of overlapping those 2 years. So what's more normal is that they would shut down their well and go onto the village water system when they're doing maintenance or things like that. But and we have had conversations with them about committing long-term to coming on to village water, but so far we haven't been able to work anything out that way.
Thank you. Yeah. Trustee Jim Miller.
Just add to that, when I was there for a tour, they said that they use water as an ingredient. And I know this because I was in the food industry. So they need a specific water that's treated properly without any changes. So whatever we were providing for them, there were just slight changes that was changing their product. So the mission was to have their own water treatment, which they have done. And if they have some maintenance once in a while, that's probably when we come in. But it should probably, the utility advisory should look at what their pattern has been. You can only ask, but you have to meet their specification.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll wrap this up with looking at the unrestricted reserves, kind of the same story. This is the unrestricted cash balance, again, being spent on, built up and then spent on capital costs intentionally, down to about 2 months of unrestricted reserves on hand. So again, goal is to build that back up to like our 6 or 9 months total. Investment in capital, again, we're at 89% 100% equity there. So very little debt outstanding that relates to construction of the sewer plant. So that ends the summary here. Are there any other questions I can field? All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, I do have some questions on the findings that you found, not just the financials, but
Okay.
anything material that you want to share?
Oh, I mean, I guess there's a couple important things to talk about as far as like the opinion on the financial statements is a clean opinion. And we're really excited. It was issued before the end of June. So that was great from a timing perspective. So unmodified opinion as usual. And then we do also issue an internal control type letter. It has a lot of different pieces of information in it, but that's an area that we take a look at each year to see what kind of segregation of duties issues might be reportable. And so you'll find those in there. No major concerns to report. There are always a few that probably will show up in there just because of the size of the staff of, the village finance department. But for the most part, we're not seeing anything that's like overly concerning there.
Excellent. Further comments, questions? Okay, thank you. Yes, Matthew.
I just want to take the time to thank Amanda and her team for all the hours they put into helping us with this audit. We began back in November of 2024 with our pre-audit meeting, and then really picked things up back in the beginning of April, and really working April through June to get this done in a timely fashion, as the board requests and the board desires. So I just want to thank Amanda and her team for all the hard work they've done. I spent countless hours talking with them just to make sure we get this done in a timely manner. So I want to make sure I thank them.
Yeah, and I'll second that. When I was over the school board, we used your firm, and you did a great job. And it appears you're doing another great job. So thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Okay, let's move on to item H, update on information presented at the last Plan Commission meeting related to the Village Center District and timeline and task list for selection of developer to partner with the village.
This was an item that was submitted by Trustee Baum and Trustee Pieper. And as part of their request, they asked that we have Bailey Copeland come and talk about some of the options for moving forward with RFPs and RFQs. So Ms. Copeland has a presentation for us this evening.
Yeah.
Yes, Trustee Miller.
Could you explain the contract that we're under with Bailey Copeland at this moment? If any.
Sure. While we're getting the presentation up here. So the village entered into a contract with Copeland Companies in 2024 for two different purposes. One was consulting services related to development, and the bulk of that work has been completed, but there are still some work that is included under that scope of services. And then secondly, Copeland Companies was hired as an agent for the village for the acquisition and the sale of properties related to the village center district.
Yeah. Are we done with any of the parts? With the village center?
Both contracts are still open with areas that are pending yet.
Well, we don't have anything pending right now or purchase.
Well,
Everything was closed, to the best of my knowledge.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
All the purchases that we had presented to us were completed on June 30th. Is that not correct?
The Ascension property closed, correct?
Yes. So that was the last of it.
There are still, and again, this is pending direction from the board. There were still other properties that had been discussed by the board for acquisition and that have not, where we do not have accepted offers, and there have not been closings.
Okay, and we don't have a village center district. I mean, plan.
No, we don't. And trustee Jan Miller, I don't support this agenda item and I'll reserve my comment for later. But I'm most interested in the presentation that we're going to see. I think that'll add more insight. So.
Sorry, and I apologize for the technical difficulties that we're having.
Jeff will fix it.
Brenton can do it.
I know you guys have had. Is this on?
Yep.
I know you guys have had a late night, so I will kind of scan over a lot of things. If you want me to slow down or ask more questions, please do so. I was asked to come here and talk about the request for proposals discussion. And the three items that I'd like to discuss tonight would be the request for qualifications, or what is a request for qualifications? What is a request for proposal? And where can we go from here? At past meetings, I just wanted to give everyone a reminder of what a request for qualifications is versus, versus a request for proposal. I can go into a lot more detail, but typically an RFQ or request for qualifications is to evaluate the qualifications of a developer. It is a pre-screen or short list of potential vendors, developers, service providers based on their experience, credentials, capability before asking them to submit a full proposal. So a request for qualification was done for developers earlier this year. It was issued on January 30th, 2025 with a deadline of February 17th, and 13 developers responded in full. So the next step would be a request for proposal. And a request for proposal is taking the qualified developers and sending out a more detailed questions of what we would want. So a formal document used to solicit proposals from qualified vendors, service providers for real estate related services or transactions. It's commonly used by business, government entities, and organizations when they want to lease, purchase, sell, develop, or manage real estate and want multiple bids to ensure they get the best terms. The RFP outlines the requirements, expectations, evaluation criteria, so the developers can submit tailored proposals. It helps ensure transparency, competition, informed decision-making. You know, what's in an RFP? Here's kind of a sample of what a table of contents would be. Proposed selection for a developer is discussed, you know, qualifications and proposed review, which could be typically done by staff, developer shortlist by staff, planning commission and or village board review, final selection by village board. Conceptual submissions for requirements from a developer, you know, it From a high level, it can go into developer vision, timeline and phasing, financial planning, additional development requirements, all things that this board has been asking the questions on along with residents. So where can we go from here? There's 3 different options I view as the next point to go forward with an RFP. Option 1 would be waiting for zoning adoption before the RFP. And each of these options has pros and cons. And it is up to you as a body to decide, what is the best option for you and your residents. So waiting for zoning adoption before the RFP. So that would be going back to what was looking at being done back in February and March, which is getting the zoning put in place before going out for RFP, which gives more clarity for developers, reduces entitlement risk, enables full master planning, and most importantly, it's a stronger negotiating position for you as a village. The cons are delays the start of development and carries political risk. Second option is issue the RFP now for phase 1 without zoning in place. The pros are accelerate project timeline. Developers can help shape zoning, signals momentum. Cons are increased risk for developers, lower bid quality and terms because there's more uncertainty of what that project may be. And so there's more guesswork or estimates. And then the zoning may be misaligned. And so what was offered could be different than what actually happens. The third option is going out to those interested developers that had respond and poll them. What would they prefer? And ask them for details of why. Get the real world feedback. Builds relationships, risk transparency, informs RFP structure, and then it would be brought back for this body of what you would want to do at that point. Again, the cons would add time up front, uncommitted feedback, may limit creativity. So there's key considerations for either approach, many which have all been talked about. What is the zoning timeline and process? How long will zoning take? Political and community support. Is there political will? Will the community engagement be required? Could developers' involvement in early planning be beneficial or a liability? The scope of phase 1, phasing strategy. What land is included in phase 1? Is it just the flower source? Is it the front? Is it the whole property, part of the property, additional properties, vision and level of village control? Whose vision drives the RFP? Is the developer driving it or is the village driving it? And then how does prescriptive should the RFP? Are you giving the developer more leaving room for innovation, or do you want to really drive that process? So I know that was quick. I know it's late. I'm trying not to get you guys home into bed. But I'm happy to go back into any more of the details that you have questions on for clarity.
Great. Trustee Baum.
I'm going to start with a earlier question. During your president's report, did you say the Plan Commission is now taking the lead on this?
I did, and I'm glad you brought that up because at the June 2nd village board meeting where the village board voted on pausing or taking off the pause, which was passed, I believe on a 9-0 vote. And there was conversation relative to that, and I have the time actually at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 17 seconds. I stated, and you could go back to the YouTube, when this does go to the Plan Commission, we will do this, and that. We will have the meeting, the special Plan Commission meeting that we just had. And my colleague over here, Trustee Kaminsky, was shaking her head. It was a wonderful meeting. You were there. 5 other village trustees were there. We all had opportunities to ask questions. A couple of trustees did. Some did not, to include yourself. It was a very good meeting, a lot of clarity, a lot of learning occurred. So yes, I would say it would go back to the Plan Commission. And that's why I have an issue with this tonight. And I do appreciate your information. It's great information. But that's something I think the Plan Commission can drive. And we're doing a very good job in doing it. So what we're doing tonight is we're bypassing the Plan Commission. And that's
However, we asked for that meeting to be before us. We wanted that information. We're the ones that have to go back to the residents. The Plan Commission doesn't have to do that. We do. We wanted to get that information firsthand. We wanted to have a dialogue with those experts. That got taken away from us. I think that is improper.
No, it didn't. Not at all.
Yes, it did.
Not
We
at all.
all weren't there.
Yeah, I'm going to have some fun now. I'm going to quote you. You referenced social media, and we heard some comments about that tonight.
Sure.
And if you want to laugh, you can laugh. It is about the stupidity of one person.
Point of order.
I've got the floor. I've got the floor. Thank you.
Point of order.
I'm referencing his comment. I'm responding to his comment, okay? So thank you. It's about the stupidity of one person deciding to hold this meeting before the wrong committee. This group of experts was asked by the village board to be brought before the village board, and one person, Bob, chose otherwise. Now we have him scheduling another meeting before the Plan Commission that should again be before the village board. So again, all I can say is what this board did at the June 2nd village board meeting where we took off the pause. And I mentioned that this will go to the Plan Commission.
And we asked for these experts to be brought before us so that we could have a dialogue with them and get the answers that we needed.
You're getting the answers through the Plan Commission.
We didn't have the opportunity to do that dialogue.
You were there. You were there at the special Plan Commission meeting.
Not 4 minutes of time like the rest
You
of
were you had the opportunity at the
rest of
special
us
Plan
weren't.
Commission.
Others weren't.
That's fine. I'm only one vote, so.
But we didn't have a vote to move this before the Plan Commission. That's my point. This should have been held before us. That meeting should have been held before us. We are the ones that have to respond to the residents. You have the Plan Commission having these discussions. They don't have all the information. We do. We have more information than them. I don't even know. There isn't even a project before them yet for them to respond to. It's a
Okay.
concept.
I understand. But there's a lot of moving parts. Right now, we heard about the Ascension property in the Public Safety Committee meeting. And I believe Ascension property was taken off of an opportunity for police. During my one-on-one with the village administrator last week or the week before, there's an interest from Ascension to stay. We're collecting taxes year over year. We're collecting lease payments of $400,000, $404,000, I believe. We don't want to be in the landowner business. If we commit to a long-term lease, we could sell that building for more than the $5 million that we paid for.
And that is a discussion for the village board.
That's why I'm bringing it up right now. And again.
Yeah, but it's part of the developers.
David, I don't even know what the task is tonight to have this on.
The task is to get a direction for us to decide where we want to go with this. Did all the board members hear all the information that was presented before the Plan Commission? Do you have all your questions answered?
No, because I couldn't hear the recording. Some people didn't have their mics on. Some people, you couldn't hear the public speaking. No, I watched the entire thing, but could I hear it all? No.
Trustee Pieper.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to follow Robert's Rules of Order. That's what Attorney Sajak says I have to do in order for us to do it. Yeah. So I make a motion to follow Robert's Rules of Order that we're supposed to follow.
I think we are.
No, you're not.
No, the point was that you were looking at me with
Yeah.
a
because-
concerned look in your eye that you had raised a point of order and you were overruled. The appropriate way to deal with that under Robert's rules is that you make a motion to overturn the ruling of the chair, which then gets put before the board. Not to follow Robert's rules, but to do that. But at this point, that issue is long since passed and probably no longer in order because we've already moved on from the particular point of order that you were looking to make.
So to that point, in the spirit of moving on, let's continue the conversation.
So where are we going? What does the board want to do with this project? Did you hear all the answers? Can we make decisions to either move this forward or kill it? It is, from what I understood from that meeting, it is going to be multifamily housing. The flower source is going to be multifamily housing. It is going to be a higher density. For anybody that wants this to be single-family homes, not going to happen. The multifamily has to go in first. The commercial will come in second, if possible. This development will have little to no impact on the school system. Up to 20 children, I think they said, came out of there.
Over 3 schools.
Over 3 schools, 3 levels of schooling. What I want to get out of this is what direction do we want to give staff to figure out how we're going to do this? There is a request from developers. They would like to participate in the neighborhood meeting process. They don't want to go and design a building and then have the residents not like it. They want to start participating earlier than later. I'm not sure where Jeff is at with doing the zoning and putting the plans together, but we have 2 conceptual designs of what this could look like. What we don't have is the detail of what type of finishes are on the building, how much stone, what the signage is, the details of it. But the overall concept is there and can start being pulled together.
David, I support 100% what you just said. After the special plan commission meeting, a lot of eyes were opened. It was very transparent, a lot of clarity. Yes, I agree with the multifamily, minimal impact, if any, on the school district. I agree with that. All I'm saying is we're bypassing the plan commission meeting. That's all I'm saying. We would have gotten.
We're at a different point than the plan commission. Do we, as a village board, want to move this forward? Are we going to support this going forward as high density residential? Or if I know Jan doesn't support it, I'm not sure some of the other ones. I don't want high density. I want something different. If we're either going to go forward with high density or the project is dead.
I think we should move forward. Trustee Kaminsky.
I agree with you, Bob. I think we should move forward. We're going to have an element of high density. I think we all, if we've done our homework, we know that nothing's going to happen without that. Times have changed. I was out of town for the meeting. I'll have to watch it, but I can imagine where it ended up because I've been playing with this for a long time. I definitely want to move forward with it. I don't know exactly how.
And that is.
But I definitely want to move forward with it. We need it. I don't want to see a Jiffy Lube and a Dunkin' Donuts coming in there and having this horrible piecemeal stuff start happening if we start selling off properties and just following the zoning. I mean, it could be a mess.
And that's the.
We have to control downtown.
The action item that I asked for was for staff and Ms. Copeland to put together a timeline and a list of tasks, when they're going to be done, how they're going to be done. Is there a potential of bringing the developers on earlier than waiting until 4 months from now when our plan commission figures out the gnat's eyelash of signage?
Trustee Peeber.
Can I make a motion, Attorney Sajak, just as that, to direct Ms. Copeland to give us a timeline of the order that it needs to be done, what the next steps are, and to, can I make that motion? I would like to make that motion to do is exactly that, but of what Baum said, to
Okay.
direct them to create this timeline, what needs to be done, the order it needs to be done, and start engaging the public for what they want to see there.
So basically, it's the agenda item request form, item requested, the first paragraph. That's what you're stating, I believe it is.
I don't, sorry.
Yes, it is, it is.
That's what I.
Yes.
So, and trustee Bob, you second,
Yes.
discussion, Jan Miller.
I would, I don't think there's any rush for this. I'd like to find out how we're doing on our budget and what is the cost of Miss Copeland's, whatever she's going to do. I would like to know those things. I want an RFP, or I want to see the contract and what is left. I mean, I think that makes good business sense.
Well, the contract is, if you, we could get the contract to you. I've got the contract. It's
Yeah.
very detailed in terms of what the terms and conditions are. So yeah, you can have that by all means.
And we're all clear about who can do what based on current and previous relationships, business relationships. Meaning the board, Ms. Copeland with Gray Wolf, now with Copeland, with Gray Wolf, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I can't comment on that, but
Okay.
we do have an active contract, and we could certainly move forward and take advantage of that. So, and again, if this is what the trustees want to do in terms of additional fact finding on this, I mean, I don't know, we don't know where this is going to go. We don't know if you referenced phase one in your presentation. Phase two, which is the gas station and BMO. We're waiting on a 102-year-old lady to die in California before the trustees can sell the land that BMO Harris is on.
All right. Well,
And then for the gas station, phase two may never happen.
right. And the growth of the village center is not necessarily retail. Like,
Correct, correct.
that's,
So phase two may never happen. More than likely, a TID may never happen. That
Right.
would recover and capture all the costs associated with your firm and all the other costs on this. It may or may not happen. All depends on what we decide to do for that space. And I agree with trustee Baum. I mean, I'm in a different role right now as a village president. I want to recoup our dollars, but I want to do it in a smart way on what's the right thing to do for the village.
right.
I firmly believe that Flower Source will be multifamily. I agree with that.
We need, I would ask that we have actual neighborhood meetings. And
Well, the
have
neat
that
thing, and I have to applaud trustee Baum for putting this in.
neighborhood meetings while they are developing their concept.
Also, we would like to hold the neighborhood meetings.
Before.
Yeah, exactly. I applaud him for doing that. I think it's great, and I support that.
Well, we've been waiting for 3 years, so I would applaud seeing that.
So further discussion. Trustee Bob Miller, or Bob Warren, sorry. I can't see you over there.
An interesting. I support moving forward and have Bailey get into the weeds here so we can have a little more direction on where we're going. I had a question. So I don't know if it was called phase one. Back in January, where we had a interested developers submit RFQs. And what came out of that, or is that like?
We got a list of 13 that fully submitted and want to do the project.
Yeah, so so when the RFQ went out, there was 13 that responded to that. There were also some verbal, they probably, if we would allow them to, they would also want to be part of the RFP. They just didn't have time in that table to submit the formal RFQ.
Okay.
So I think the biggest question right now is, as you move forward with an RFP, which would be getting formal proposals from these developers that go more into the weeds. You know, what is your concept? What is your financial model? What will you pay for the land? What are you asking for from the village?
So these RFQs were, I assume, pretty generic. It's like, here's,
Yes.
here's who we are, here's projects we've done, here's some pretty pictures and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Can you
So,
afford to build,
yeah.
you
so
know,
it's not
a project of this
really-
size?
Really a serious commitment. It's just like,
Correct.
well, we'll throw our hat in the ring, we'll see what happens. So I don't know what it really, it's just, we've got some names now of developers who will reach out to again, I guess.
We're interested in.
It gauges interest.
Yes.
So you need to get to the RFP process and to get into those weeds. But I think the larger part about the RFP is the two different options. Option one is, you know, having the zoning in place. And, you know, as discussed at previous meetings, and Jeff, please step in if this is not what you understand, you know, was the high level mixed use zoning. And the big two items are density and height. And those are going to be the two big determining factors that developers want to know that they're really going to be able to narrow down. Are they building 50 units or are they building 300 units? Which is, obviously you've heard tonight, those are very different financial models. And so after that, if that would be approved at some zoning capacity, then you would go out for RFP with those more detailed parameters, which would then turn into a PDD and would more outline the design guidelines. And the idea would be having the developer on board to work in partnership with the village to work towards those goals. The second option would be going out for RFP now without those parameters and see what happens.
I like that.
No.
Well, it doesn't cost any money to get ideas from developers.
The problem is that a developer has to spend, what did we spend with Rinka? $150,000? How much did we pay them?
65.
$65,000, and they haven't even finished the concept yet. For a developer to come in with all the I's dotted and T's crossed of what their design is, they're gonna spend a boatload of money.
Oh, gotcha.
And what I'm hearing is they would rather come in earlier with, here's a grand scheme that we think will work, but we will work this scheme with the village to get what the village wants.
True.
I like get what the village wants.
Yeah.
Heck, that has a good ring. But it would be nice to do that. Then we get some ideas. And then we could say yes, no, or we configure it this way. Because we know we want to do something, right? And this moves it forward. I think that makes sense. It doesn't commit us to anything.
Trustee Miller?
I say, let's have some neighborhood meetings and get some ideas and concepts. That's what we're building this village center for, right? Our residents. So how can some drawings and, oh, Trustee Baum, you've made some, you know, throw concepts around and say, that's exactly what we did before for the 2050 plan. That's how we came up with some of those drawings from Grafe. They're in the 2050 plan.
Jeff?
I'd like to ask the $65,000 question. What are we going to do with the results of the Rinka effort to date? We have concept plans that are based on a series of public meetings that were held. And you know, at the time of or right before the pause, we were at a position where staff was going to be working off of the Rinka concept plan and develop the zoning regulations that Bailey just summarized, whether it's a special zoning district that could be applied to this and other properties in the village center, or a unique PDD just for this 15-acre property or 22-acre property, or a combination of both. But we've been on the pause ever since, and we haven't made any progress going forward. So again, my question is, are we starting from scratch with the developers and asking them to work with us in developing a new concept plan? Or are we using the $65,000 worth of effort that has already gone into this?
I would say yes and yes and yes. The motion on the table is very specific, and there's a second. We're having discussion. So you're going to gather if this passes, which I'm sure it will, you're going to collect a lot of data points to include what Jeff was just saying and come back. So
You're going to get from every developer a different concept, because what works for one doesn't work for another. Rinka based their ideas off of some developers that they worked with. Another design team is going to base their ideas off of the people they work with. You got to bring developers to the table to get any basis of reality that this concept can be built. Rinka's plan, can it be built? Don't know. We don't have a developer behind it. He's got some buildings in different shapes, but
Right, but one of the options that we heard of is we need to have some structure to which the developers can respond to.
yes.
And that structure is the set of zoning regulations or parameters. So again, I'm wondering, are we creating those first, option one, or are we pursuing a modified, design the plane as we're flying it sort of approach,
And
which is option 2 or 3, too?
that is where I say staff and Ms. Copeland need to work together, and which way is the best way for us to go. Bring that back for this board to decide which way we're going to pursue this. Because right now, we're not going anywhere. And we can't even agree on 3, 4, 5 stories, 50, 200, 300, 500, 700 units. Who's going to make that determination?
And that's the difference between option 1 and 2, is do you want to go out with, a more narrowed down focus of what you're looking for as a village, which would put in place the mixed-use zoning that was started back in March? Or do you want to take the $10,000 high view and developers bring in their vision, which we don't know? And from a backing model, are those models going to be financially feasible? Are we going to lose interest from other developers? Because someone will come in with 100 units, someone will come in with 1,000 units. Obviously, there's a median, but you are going to get more dialed down numbers and plans and not a guessing game if you have that zoning in place.
So can I ask a question about the zoning? How many different types of zoning are there to determine how many units of multifamily housing would be placed there? Is it a range, like this zoning, you can have 5 multifamily? This zoning, you can have 1,000, like, are there ranges? How does that work?
Well, frankly, we were heading down a path with assistance from another zoning consultant,
Reason.
Von Briesen, related to or associated with Rinka. And we really hadn't got to a point yet where it was decided how we were going to develop the zoning. Again, whether it was going to be a district or a PDD or both. It can be fairly simplistic. It can be as simple as laying out some basic parameters, no more than 3 stories,
And
no more than 20 dwelling units per acre.
how far in that process were you? Or
We were just getting started. We were just discussing that we're at the tail end of the concept plan, and then we're going to convert that into zoning parameters. And that's when we paused.
Yeah, there was a planning commission meeting, I think it was March 10th-ish,
so
that it was presented as a high-level concept, as an introduction of what that would be. And the idea was to come back in another meeting after they were able to digest it a little bit and dig into that more at the planning commission before, and if it was, tweaked it at that level and then brought back in front of the board if
yeah, so
the
if
planning
we
commission
removed the
thought so.
pause, then how come it didn't immediately reactivate the movement that with the zoning. Like removing the pause should have put that back into motion. Am I wrong?
Again, like I mentioned at the June 2nd village board meeting where it passed 9-0 to remove the pause, I made comments, and I'll give you the exact hour, minute, and seconds where I said this is going to go to the plan commission. We had a special plan commission meeting, which I continue to support. But to move this conversation forward, I'm going to support this tonight because I don't like when we have a 5-4 vote on things or a 6-3 vote. I want to get more consensus. Even though I think the Plan Commission was doing a wonderful job moving this forward, we would have gotten there. The end game would have been the same. I'll vote for this tonight. I don't think there's going to be a phase 2. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the village center will be the village center. It'll be just phase 1 flower source. I would not support demoing Ascension right now anyway. Very looking forward to what you're going to come back with. But if we could make more money than the $5 million we paid for that property, why wouldn't we want to entertain that? But I'm going to vote for this to move it forward. Trustee Warren.
Just a question related to 1 and 2. It almost seems like 2 is the tail wagging the dog. You know, you're actually backing into the zoning once you've got a concept that everybody's comfortable with, without whatever variables or criteria that each of us had. I mean, is that a real efficient way of doing this?
Not necessarily. And I don't think it's going to turn out as well for the village because you're going to get a more competitive process through the RFP when you have more defined parameters. You'll get real numbers. If you do option 2, there's going to be a lot of budgets and guesstimates where if you can, I mean, you've heard earlier tonight, it goes off the unit counts and density and construction prices. And if you can understand where those construction prices are and what you're building, you can back into what your land cost is going to be, what your infrastructure is going to be. You're just going to get a more defined answer
Part of what we're going
from
to
developers.
Part of, excuse me, part of what we're going to get from you is kind of that also big picture thing, why this probably wouldn't be the best way to go because of this or inefficiencies or whatever.
Well, that's kind of what was put together tonight. I mean,
Okay.
so these are kind of, in my mind, the pros and cons of doing option 1.
Yeah, okay.
Option 2, you're going to get lower bid quality. Some people won't take the time of it. You know, I have, you know, conceptually a schedule in my mind of, you know, because we started this process back in March, how long we think zoning is going to take, then how long is the RFP process going to take and backing into it. So it's the matter of what option you want to go with and how quickly.
Thank you.
The bigger risk that you have with option 2, in my opinion, is that you get the pie in the sky proposal that has no basis in reality or actually being able to be done. And you end up then selecting the horse that you want to go with, so to speak, because we really like this idea. And then as you work down the process, you realize that, you know, oh, you're going to have a room full of people that are going to say, we're not going to like this aspect of it. And you're going to have this and that and the other thing, and the budget's not going to work and everything else. And it's going to get pared back as you go along. Whereas if you set the standards up front, everybody kind of knows that that's the game plan that you're working under. And they can come in with a more realistic proposal at that point that's going to have a better chance of actually being developed, as opposed to the hey, if money and no opposition and everything else didn't exist, this is what we would do.
If I was king.
Right.
We've got a motion on the table, but we've been talking a lot about option 1, option 2. Do we need to modify the motion?
No, I will accept them, staff and Ms. Copeland bringing forward process that they want us to follow with dates.
I'm fine with, yeah, I'm not.
Okay. Do we have further discussion? Okay.
Sorry.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Why don't we want to pick the option we want? Why wouldn't we want to do that?
Because, yeah, we're giving them even more specific direction.
Then option one.
Yeah.
Again, getting back to the motion, take action on directing staff to prepare a timeline and a list of remaining tasks required to be completed in order to issue an RFP to developers. This timeline and task list are to be presented to the village board at the July 21 meeting for possible approval. I mean, that's very specific and very broad, and we'll come back.
Oh, it's as long as.
No.
A plan.
Yeah, we can do that.
So,
If
okay,
that's what the board wants, we will do that.
so further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item I, exchange agreement between Blackstone Creek and the village for tax key, et cetera. So, we can,
We shouldn't have discussion before, there's a motion on the table. But I've been sitting here for 6 hours and my mind is not as sharp, I don't think, as it would be had this meeting but not been so long. But then I'm torn because we've made you sit here this whole dang meeting and that is not okay either. But I feel like this is a very long conversation and that you should be granted time to speak and not be speaking to a sleepy, frustrated with headaches board here. That you should have us all on our toes and engaging and giving you the time to speak. So I'm really torn here if we should just hash this out or if we should table this till next meeting. I don't know. Because I feel like we would be doing you an injustice.
I agree.
Rick?
Okay, I have a rebuttal to that. We've had residents sitting here all night long, waiting for this, not just the developer. We can't postpone this. We have to take action. And if I look at what the action item is, it's to approve an appraisal cost if we want to move forward. It's not to approve the entire project. It's just for the appraisal cost. So we can take action on this tonight.
Okay, what is the appraisal actually for?
Yeah, but
A whole golf course or?
What the heck?
yeah, but also, you know, I hate to say this, but I golfed there on Sunday. I lost a lot of golf balls. I had a blast. But when I was golfing the front nine, I was looking exactly at the space that we would get, the space that we would lose. And I do want to add one more action item to tonight, in addition to the appraisal. I was talking to Minister Krecklo about this on getting a consultant in to identify what, if you want to call it phase one of the park land that we would be using, and where would that be located at in the land agreement or the swap? The costs associated with the pickleball courts, the costs associated with the other thing that we have there.
Skateboard.
Pardon?
Skateboard park.
Skateboard, yeah. I want to know those costs too. I want the village board to have those costs in addition to the appraisal costs. But then what's it going to cost for phase one? We don't need to create the whole full-blown park with Trustee Baum put together. That was wonderful design. That could be 5 or 10 years down the road. But the immediate need is, which the Park and Recs folks want, is what's going to happen tomorrow when the pickleball courts are gone. We need the pickleball courts
Well,
yesterday.
I'll get this moving. I make a motion to approve, new business item I, because if it's just for an appraisal, at least that does
Right.
something and
Second.
gives them something for tonight.
Second.
What about getting someone to identify the cost?
It's not on the agenda.
Amendment.
That's fine.
Point of order.
Yeah.
If it's not on the agenda, we shouldn't touch it.
That's fine. Okay. Just for the appraisal.
No.
You can-
But
we
the-
can make
but
an-
the
we can
appraisal
make
is
an
on there.
Amendment and add that because we're talking about Blackstone
No.
Creek and costs.
No.
I mean, it's.
I have been told
At the end of the day, it's really up to the board whether they want to or not. Your agenda item is somewhat broad in that it is the exchange agreement between Blackstone Creek and the village related to that. Your action sheet, which is part of your packet that goes out and is publicly noticed, in terms of what we're potentially going to talk about, talks only about an appraisal, not the other work. And so while from a purely legal perspective, meaning the statute says you have an agenda that says we're going to talk about various items, and the agenda is very vague at this point. Politically, there may be an issue in this case because you do have an action sheet that says we're going to look specifically at this one item and not other things.
So
So
would you recommend just sticking into that one?
Stick to the appraisal.
again, legally, you're okay if you want to do both. Politically, that's not my call.
I'm going to make an amendment to also look into the additional cost of replacing the pickleball courts and, if we choose to, the bike court.
Second.
We're not spending any money is my reason. We're getting information. Who's going to complain about that?
I second
I'm-
that.
So we got we have amendment to the original motion on approving, moving this forward. So do we have discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Who is going to pay up to $20,000 for this appraisal? They are coming to us. They should have an appraisal. What they put in the packet, if you want to go broader, is the exchange agreement, and it still says TIF. They haven't changed anything.
Yeah,
So that, but we keep adding to this stuff and commingling and throwing it at a wall, and somebody's got to take responsibility. It should be the developer.
You want to pay for your own appraisal, because if you're having somebody else pay for an appraisal, you have no idea who
You
they're gonna
didn't
pay
read
around.
the exchange agreement. It goes back and forth 3 times.
You want to hire whoever.
Again, we're taking, the
I-
first step would be to authorize staff to do the appraisal. And because we have an amendment to the original motion to identify costs associated with, if you want to call it phase 1 of the park.
Replacing what they want.
Where it would be exactly located, accessible. Trustee Cutts.
So I just want to clarify, sorry, I'm getting confused now because it's getting late. Even though it's titled exchange agreement, this is only to get appraisals. So this would be our appraisal, the HIMAC group is going to do their own appraisal, and then you guys will compare or bring that back, correct?
I think the intent, and to Trustee Miller's point, one of my suggestions was going to be that we get our own appraisal. I don't care whether they do or not. We're going to get our own appraisal because having that number in hand is going to give you the information that you need to decide, do we like this exchange agreement or do we not? How do we want to negotiate from here in terms of price, other factors, whatever else is, whatever, particular terms you want to look at. But by having that appraisal done, that's really the first step, I think, in terms of, does this exchange make sense or not, is knowing potentially what it might cost you. Now, they're probably going to get their own appraisal. I doubt they're going to rely on ours. And that's fine. And they can do that. And then we can negotiate just like we would in any other circumstance where you've got 2 different appraisals that say, here's the values. But I think it gives you a number that, is a consultant that's retained by you is going to give you, no appraiser is going to say that they're going to deviate their value based on who the client is. But the reality is that they do. They're going to give you a number that they think is going to be the most realistic for your purposes.
Who's going to do the appraisal?
Well, we would reach out to, there's a handful of highly respected appraisers that we've worked with both here in the village previously, and also others that I've worked with outside of the village that are more than capable of handling it. I think it'll be a question of who's got the time to get it done within a reasonable time frame, and to what the cost will be. And so we'll talk with a couple of them and find out what their particular proposal might be and select the best one for our needs.
Trustee Cutts?
Okay, so as I was going to finish, as long as all we're doing is getting an appraisal to get the value of the land and get more information on those other items that were mentioned, but we are not giving staff permission to start negotiating. It will come back
Very
here for
specific,
us to
very
look
narrow.
at.
Negotiate.
Then I
Very
support
specific.
this.
We're just collecting data, so. Trustee Warren?
So I've glanced at the maps. Are we that specific? We know exactly what's being swapped?
Yes.
At this stage, well, it's all laid out. Therefore, our appraisal will have some value.
I mean, we know what the proposal is. Um, That's subject to negotiation, and I think that would be part of what we would look at as, when we get the appraisal information.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Yeah, I just want to mention something to the residents of Blackstone Creek. I think that the agenda item was a little misleading. When I read the detail of it, I saw that it was just for an appraisal, and that's why I did not contact your COA. I will make sure that any other thing that has to do with this will be notified by you. So I apologize for tonight. But I knew that this was just a small piece and it was just an appraisal. And that's why I didn't go that extra mile, and I should have.
Yeah, Jim?
I'd like to make a suggestion. All we've been trying to do since January is negotiate an agreement that's laced with contingencies for both the village and the developer to see if you're interested in negotiating that agreement and then studying the feasibility of it. I'm going to step aside and as a resident now, I'm going to say, why would you spend up to $20,000 for an appraisal when you don't even have an agreement in place? You could go out and get this appraisal, and then I could say, we're tired of waiting around, we're not going to do it anyway. And you've wasted $20,000. To me, that doesn't make any sense. We should negotiate an agreement. You should make sure that you've got the contingencies that you want in that agreement. It was drafted as a proposal. I never expected anybody to sign that and send it back. Let staff negotiate an agreement, the benefit of the village, then we're both protected. We're working under an agreement with contingencies, right? Then you can spend the money on the appraisal. Then I can spend money on an appraisal. Then we're all working off the same playing field. But why would you spend money on something that's not even real yet? That's what I've been trying to do. Why would I go out and spend all this money to engineer this land when I don't control it?
Have you worked out or have you proposed an agreement? I know you said it was more of a proposal and that's how, and it kind of shocked everybody like, hold on, hold on. Have you worked with staff to create a mutual agreement to further discussions?
I haven't worked with staff in 6 months, 7 months.
We haven't
We had a
had any
proposal that we
discussions.
presented in January, and we haven't gotten a formal response to it yet.
We don't have authorization to negotiate with Jim on this. So we haven't had any discussions on that because we're waiting for direction from the village board.
And again, specific for tonight, it's, the action item is the appraisal, along with identifying costs associated with, for Park and Rec.
Can you put that on the agenda next meeting, please, Steve?
Yes, we can add that.
But what? To discuss an agreement, to
Why?
continue conversations.
That's what I want to be specific about.
Okay, but
Well,
that,
but-
all right.
I mean, if we're gonna come back in 2 weeks to talk about whether or not we're gonna talk about negotiating an agreement or not, we're not gonna have an appraisal done if you approve one tonight.
No, you're not.
You're probably not gonna have costs associated with anything. You're not gonna be in any position different than you are this evening. So if the intent is that you wanna negotiate, to Jim's point,
No.
some agreement that's got contingencies that, there's a million opportunities to walk away from the thing. Appraisals and you name it. Then we can go that route and we can have a closed session next time to talk about specifics in terms of desires, wants, needs, take into account the various input that we receive from the Parks, board and Planning Commission and figure out what you want to do. Or you take action tonight on the appraisals and we wait for that value to come back and it becomes the basis for, do we want to negotiate from here or not based on what the likelihood of the price that you're looking at.
Call the question. Call the question.
Pardon?
Call the question. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
We have an amendment.
Yeah.
And an
you have to
amendment.
have a
Can
second
we-
on calling the question.
All right.
Okay, we have a amended motion. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? But
What was the amendment? You want the cost added to the, okay.
Yeah, it's, the amended motion passed.
Oh.
Oh.
I go no for that.
Give me,
Uh,
just want to make sure, the motion that I have with the amendment was to include identifying the costs associated with the park and rec, is that correct?
correct.
And
Right.
that was the trustee, seconded by Cooper.
Correct.
So
Where are we?
And you have all eyes.
we vote.
Warren and trustee Rick Miller. And trustee Baum is jumping in at the last minute.
Are we saying no to this? Are we voting?
So who voted no? Please raise your hands
To, like, for yes?
For the amendment,
for the amendment.
to add in the park stuff, who votes yes?
Yes.
Keep your hands up. Or just tell me out loud. Yes is Bob, Keeper.
Yes.
So I have four.
Bob didn't have his hand up. Oh, okay.
What are we,
They got it.
what's going on?
And
This is just for the amendment,
Just the
for
amendment.
the original
So
motion.
you have 5-4.
That motion carries. That
Your-
motion
your
carries.
negatives are
Conover, I have Keeper, Hudson, Bourne. And me.
And Terry.
It's a yes. Okay.
So now we're going to the original motion.
For the appraisal.
Which is?
Trustee Miller.
Real quick, to Jim's point, why would we do this until we have some type of agreement in place? So I'm gonna vote no for it.
So you would vote yes for,
I'm gonna vote no for an appraisal.
but would you vote yes to direct staff to work out an agreement?
That's not.
Oh, it's not, that's not what the,
Trustee Kaminsky.
Comment on that. I'm voting yes for this because I want to know what that land is worth. That's going to help define floodplain, what we can do with it. It's going to give us a definition we're going to need. We're the only game in town as far as this development at this point in time. Either we're going to buy this or trade it or we're not. But I'm still talking, Mr. Baum. No, but seriously, you got to start somewhere. And for us to start with an agreement, do you know how long that would take for us to pound that out? We don't even know what we want. It involves a rec committee. We're nowhere near doing that yet. So let's start with this. And if this looks good, we move forward.
Trustee Baum.
Has everybody on this board decided yes or no, we want them to do the land swap?
No.
Then to the point, why would it get an appraisal when we haven't even decided what we want to do yet? To $20,000 to get, $20,000 to get information that I may take no action on.
This is why we should have done this with another.
If I may,
Yeah,
the
please.
reason that I've recommended doing the appraisal is that when we talk about a land swap, I don't have information and I don't really have a good idea of what the value of the land is that we're receiving relative to the land that we would be giving. And if they're close, if they're $1 million apart, and those could all, I don't know how you can decide whether you want to go ahead with the land swap without knowing the value of the land that you're swapping. And I respectfully to Mr. Sedgwick, if you're saying, well, we want to have an agreement with a whole boatload of exceptions in it, so that we can walk away if we don't like what's going on, what's the value of having that agreement in place before you go ahead with the appraisal, which would be the first step after you have that appraisal, that agreement in place anyways.
And my concern was on the Park and Rec's infrastructure deeds. I mean, if those dollars come in at 750,000 to $1 million, who's going to pay for it? I know exactly what path I want to go down. That would be part of the negotiation. I support the land swap, but I need more information to move it forward. So I'm going to, I support this. So any further discussion? Trustee Baum.
There is a point that the developer says, I'm adamant about a TID, got to have a TID. This board says, no, you're not getting a TID. That it's just gets down to that question. It's not agreed to yet. You have to
But
negotiate that.
Trustee Baum, to your point, though, what Mr. Sedgwick has suggested is an agreement that says, hey, we're going to move forward to do this with a million different contingencies. Those contingencies, I presume, are going to include things like working out a potential TID agreement if there's going to be a TID. We don't know yet because we don't know the details of what's being proposed. While there are certainly members of this board who are adamant that would say no TID ever, there are certainly members of this board that would say there may be interest in doing a TID depending on what we're getting out of the deal. To President Soderberg's point, well, maybe if in order to get us all of the amenities that we want within the park, we need to work in a TID in some way to help offset some costs, maybe we've got some interest in a TID at that point. You're not going to have a decision of TID or no TID or anything else until you know the details of what precisely you want to negotiate and what you want to try to get. And I think your first step of doing that is trying to figure out what the value of the various pieces in play are. Because it's not like we can go to the GIS website and pull up what the assessor thinks the value of the parkland is. Because there isn't a number. Similarly, we can't really look at what the value that the assessor put on the golf course is because he's valued it as a golf course, not necessarily as, available developable land that it could be used in other ways. And so, it's one of those rare instances where you're going into it without any real sense for what the actual value that you're exchanging is. You could give it a guess, but I think that's your best.
Make motion to call the question.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table. We've had a lot of discussion.
Well, first you do the vote on the motion to call the question. So all those in favor?
Aye. There you go.
Motion passes.
There you go.
Now
Okay.
we're voting, now there's no discussion or anything. Now we just
Thank
have to vote on the motion at the table.
All those in favor on the amended motion to do the appraisal along with identifying costs associated with park and rec infrastructure, location of it, etc. All those in favor, please say aye.
Do
Aye.
we have to do a roll call? Because it's money.
Not to exceed.
You said the amendment. I thought we.
Roll call.
What is that?
With the amendment, okay.
Oh, with the amendment? It's late.
That's still early.
Yeah, can I get a note from my work tomorrow if I'm late?
Sure. Yeah. Board president.
Amendment roll call vote?
You may.
This is for the amendment, trustee Warren?
No.
No, this is for the full motion. The amended was approved. This is for the full motion.
Sorry, it's a very long day. And we got to finish up, otherwise I don't have an agenda publicized for tomorrow's meeting and it's midnight. All right, so moving along. Trustee Warren,
No.
Trustee Cutts,
Aye.
Trustee Baum, Trustee Jan Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Bortz. Aye. Trustee Pieper,
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller, and Trustee Kaminsky. And
Aye.
President Soderberg.
Okay, that motion passes. I want to thank everybody for your patience this evening. I want to blame the Public Safety Committee for going over on why we went over. I'm joking, of course. But everyone, please, thank you for coming. Drive home safely.